our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your vote will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I with all humility assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timeously to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption.
President John Mahama there reiterating the point he said he would fulfill, adding some flesh to it now that he's been elected. And of course, quoting that phrase from the 40th president of the U.S., Ronald Reagan there. But let's go to the Ashanti region now, because we do have Ibrahim Abubakar, who is our correspondent there. He's been engaging the youth about job opportunities and employment, and I'm sure you remember that in our coverage ahead of the elections, jobs and employment were one of the some of the things that people really talked about, especially the youth. So Ibrahim is in a community to engage with some youth there. He joins us via video call. Ibrahim, just first of all, tell us where you are and what the people are telling you.
Well, Beatrice, I'm currently in a Zongo that's within the Oforikro municipality, and it's all excitement for most of the youth here. Currently, you can see from our background, they have been partying since morning. In fact, for most of them who couldn't travel to Accra to join in the celebration, they are doing DSC. In fact, they started since morning. They started with prayers, committing the country and the newly sworn-in president together with his vice in the hands of the Lord, so that they will be able to be protected and guided in handling the country. So three key issues that people have been talking about since President John Dramani Mahama won, and they are expecting him to tackle the issue of youth unemployment in the country, and also scrapping of some taxes, that preferably the betting tax and the e-levy, and they are also looking at how the government will put things together to stabilize the economy. So these are the 3 things they are expecting the president to do. In fact, most of them were excited with how the president touched or with his inaugural address, and also their expectation. First of all, let's listen to some of their expectations before we touch base with those who are here to find out what exactly they are doing.
The president was spot on. He did touch on every aspect of governance and then the economy. So I'm really enthused about what he did. And then I am expecting that the economy would bounce back. Prices of goods and services will begin to stabilize, if not even reducing.
There have been hardship after hardships for the past 8 years. So knowing who John Dramani Mahama is, knowing what he can do, is like you don't want to miss the opportunity to witness this occasion. As youth, and as he is bringing in 24-hour economy, which which some people termed it as 133, which is one job, 3 shifts, 3 personnel. So with all these policies, as young people, we see it to be the best policies. So we are looking forward to seeing that he actually implement all that he has said.
A lot of youth are in the house without any job. So we are expecting a lot from him. To what he has promised us, we should fulfill his promise to the youth so that he will bring a lot of jobs and also ensure that he will implement the 24 hours economy.
People that are holding the president by his word. Ibrahim Abubakar is still with us. Ibrahim, I can actually see in your shot somebody preparing kebab. I mean, it's a day of celebration for a lot of them, I can imagine. But what are they also saying beyond what we just watched?
Well, exactly. I'll try and engage with them. Like I said, because they didn't have the opportunity to go to Accra and observe the inauguration or swearing in, they decided to do this here in the morning by even reciting the Quran, and they are wrapping it up with a kebab festival. So let me try and engage with some of them. In fact, he is one of our youth, the youth leader in this area. Good afternoon, you are live on TV today. I have seen that you are roasting some kebab on the day of the swearing in. What exactly is happening? What are your expectations from the newly sworn in president?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. But my first expectation is to see our current president, John Dramani Mahama, scrap the e-levy. That's one thing that I really want him to do. And as you can see, we are celebrating our second independence. We went through hell, but we thank God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has accepted our prayers. So we are celebrating, as you can see. Inshallah, that's what we want. The e-levy is very important for us. It's killing us. Because it's like stealing money from our own pocket after paying tax. And you are also coming, the government is coming through our pockets, taking our money out, which is not right. Yeah, that's what I want. Right. And all the crop leaders, they should go after them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Thank you. We want to try and engage because a lot more people are coming here. I'm sure they were watching on TV and they'll be coming out to see what's going on. You're also live on TV today. The president has been sworn in today. I've seen a whole lot of celebration. First of all, what are the expectations from the new government?
My expectation is I'm looking to see John Dramani Mahama fulfill his promises to the people. Because, previous years we've been through a lot. Because I have a sheet that I inherit. The sheet that I bought, I buy it with my money. Sometimes the sheet between 16, 20, because 35 cedis, 40 cedis a box. But right now we are paying 340 a box. That's too much. That's too much.
So you want to see the economy being stabilized?
Yes. I want to see the dollar coming down. But right now it's taking the time to bring things down. We understand to come and reset Ghana so that all of us have that opportunity to enjoy the country. So this is what I need.
Thank you. So, Beatrice, those are the views of most of the people here. It's all about merrymaking, and I've seen them even moving from house to house and calling people out to join them in the celebration. But in all, they are just expecting the president to implement all the policies, all the promises, fulfill them, and make sure the 26 policies, he said he will tackle in the first 120 days are being tackled so that they will see a bit of improvement and relief in their livelihood going forward.
Indeed. Ibrahim, before you go though, beyond this community and the people you interacted with, what's the mood like in the Ashanti region, which prior to the elections were known to be the stronghold of the opposition MPP now?
Well, Beatrice, I can tell you that it's mixed feeling. Definitely, there are areas that you go, it's as quiet as a cemetery. People are not even coming out. But there are areas that definitely, because they are the support base of the NDC, are excited. So others are just hoping to see what the new government will be able to achieve in the coming days, because in all, whether opposition or supporting, and everything that I believe any Ghanaian wants is to see an improvement in his life. So other areas very quiet, like I said, as cemetery. Other areas are also busy with some of these activities.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Ibrahim Abubakar. He's a man in the Ashanti region. So you watched the views of those coming from that part of the country. But let's find out, really, people in the northern part of the country as well, what they have to say. And we do have a man as well, Christopher Amwako. I'm sure you were monitoring, Ibrahim Abubakar, the concerns about jobs, the promises of 24-hour economy, and others. I don't know what the people where you are saying. Tell us.
Yes, so Beatrice, it's not too different from what Ibrahim has reported from the Ashanti region. You know that various surveys conducted in this country, including the 2021 Population and Housing Census, revealed that the northern part of the country remains poor. And so many of the people here in the region will want to see some job created in the country for them to also have a benefit of working. Now, you know that the president has promised a 24-hour economy, and even yesterday, in his first appointment that he made, he included someone who will be an advisor to the 24-hour economy. And so the people in the northern region are looking up to the fulfillment of these promises. Now, I have focused on persons with disability. And right after the inauguration of the president and vice president of the Republic of Ghana, many people in the region thronged the principal streets and were jubilating. But the focus on persons with disability has to do with the fact that they are saying that prior to the elections, the president made some promises about persons with disability. One, to ensure that 5% of his appointees will be persons with disability. And so they are looking forward to the president fulfilling this promise. They also want to see the president including females who are persons with disabilities in the governance of this country. For instance, in various institutions like CEOs, director generals, directors of institutions, they will want to see persons with disability also occupying some of these positions. Let's take a listen to what some of them I have been engaging have been telling me.
And in NDC manifesto, it is stated that 5% of the current or the president-elect, they will be persons, government appointees will be persons with disabilities. So within the 120 days, we are expecting that the appointees that are going to be made by the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be persons with disability, be it CEOs, deputy CEOs, ambassadors, chief directors, or whatever, or chief executives. We will be expecting that it will be persons with disabilities, and we would like to see that, and so that we will have a role to play in the government, or to will have a stake in the running of the country as a marginalized or vulnerable group, in that our needs and aspirations will be taken care of. We'll also contribute in the planning of the country as a vulnerable group, and we are equally expecting him to nominate or appoint women of persons with disabilities in his government, so that that will take care of our women group, because
the Excellency John Dramani Mahama to use 100 days to get jobs for persons with disabilities. Some of us, we finish the school, but no job for us. The 100 days, the manifesto, they said the 24 economy. I think we like the president to use that 24 economy to help persons with disability a lot in terms of employment, in terms of, last we have a toll booth. If like they will bring the toll booth back to help our persons with disabilities to generate our income for our farmer. I think the second one is some of appointees. They're supposed to be appoint those who are persons with disability to stand petitions. In my district, Sanargu municipality, I have one physically challenged man called Shiraz Adam. Is have a chance to look for MC for Sanargu. If the government can use that one, this is the great opportunity for disabilities. I think it will help us a lot. Even the common fund that we have issue on that, if like the government try to be giving the DC petitions for persons with disabilities, I think
Jobs still a priority for the people in the northern part of the country. But let me wrap up with you, Christopher Amoako. I mean, beyond what we just heard, the gentleman and the few others you spoke to say, how would you say the people in that part of the country are reacting to not just the win of President John Mahama, but also the inauguration, how this whole exercise went today and the kind of things that were said?
Yes, Beatrice, you can see in the background that the people are not moving as they should because majority of them, as we speak, are in the national capital, Accra. I can say that over 40 buses left Tamale to Accra, carrying people to go and also be part of this particular historic inauguration of the second coming of President John Dramani Mahama. And so the people are expecting a lot from the president. The people are happy. In fact, many of them actually watch this from their houses, from their stores, from drinking spots and hotel rooms. That they also want to be part of this historic inauguration ceremony, be it in Tamale or in Accra. And so people are very happy. People, even though they are going about their activities, they are hopeful that what the president said in his inaugural speech will come to fruition, so that the jobs that he said he will create, the economy that he said he will stabilize, and the other good policies that he will bring on board, this will come to fruition for them to also have a benefit of this particular gap.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Christopher Mwako. He's a man in the northern region covering all the events for us and the reactions for us as well. I'm coming to you, Bella, and I guess we may be right to say that the 120 days begins now. I mean, the countdown for that begins now. And we already saw the president reiterating some of the promises that he gave ahead of the elections, and scrapping of e-levy, COVID-19 tax, corruption, industrialization, and all of that. The countdown actually begins now.
Well,
it
has.
Got your panel there with you.
And well, we do look forward to all these 26 social contracts that he had stated in his first 120 days, hoping to achieve them. And knowing about the fact that Ghanaians have become more discerning,
indeed,
holding their leaders accountable for every single word that they put out there. I can just imagine how he'll constantly be reminded, just in case he delays a little bit in any of these promises that he has made within the 120 days, or even throughout his tenure for 4 years. And so we'll keep him on his toes, and we hope that he can deliver, especially to the Ghanaians. Because like he said, it's about the people who put you there. Mm-hmm. And if you disappoint the people, they'll show you the back door. In his case, well, yes, he doesn't have another term after this.
Well, we had a speaker say that yesterday, that is very short. Accountability begins very quickly.
It does. It does. And so, you see, the thing is, I believe that every Ghanaian hopes that he performs for the sake of whoever might take over the party after him.
Indeed.
And for the other side as well, I guess that for some reason, as much as they love Ghana, they're hoping that he might not get certain things right, because then that puts their one foot in the doorway and makes things easier for them. So let's really see how things go in the first 120 days and then in the next 4 years as well.
But I think at the end of the day, whether you're with MPP or NDC or whichever political party you belong to, you want to believe that the best would happen for Ghana, because it's beyond the political parties, really.
Of course. And if the votes are anything to go by, I mean, if you listen to the sentiments of people, they'll tell you that they probably didn't vote for NDC necessarily. They voted for Ghana. It was for a party that will come in and put Ghana first. And so if any party comes in with all these promises and do not deliver, then we're going to show them the door. And they would have to leave so another person comes in to deliver on Ghana's promises, because that's what we're all expecting. So for the NDC, they have their work cut out for them, and we wish them the very best in the next 4 years at least.
Let's take it over. I know you've got your panel there waiting to delve into the matters.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And beautiful Kente, by the way. Go back, Kente.
Looking lovely yourself,
yes, Go back,
honestly.
Kente has styled all of us today.
Yes.
But I should say thank you to Yatel for my outfit. I don't know who styled yours.
Yeah, that's Ajwa Yeboah.
Okay.
Ajwa Yeboah. Thank you so much.
Anyway, so let me introduce my guest now. And of course, officially, we have a new president in town, former president, now president, John Dramani Mahama. And of course, history has been made as well. The first ever female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman. It was a beautiful ceremony. Can imagine how hot it was at the Independence Square. But of course, the supporters were there. Everyone who really mattered, as well as who supported the NDC and supports the NDC, was there, as well as Ghanaians in general. And we're going to have a conversation about some statements that were made, you know, the pomp and pageantry and the whole scenery. Tell us what you think as well. We're also live on 3FM 92.7 and on Facebook at TV3 Ghana and DSTV channel 279. Joining us in the studio, Comrade is here. He's a doctor, but you know, he says he prefers Comrade. So Comrade Murtala Mohammed, and yesterday he was sworn in officially as the MP for Tamale Central, and so it's good to have him in the studio. Comrade, how you doing?
Alhamdulillah, okay. Beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm wondering why TV3 you don't continue wearing made in Ghana dresses as an official attire that you people use for your programs. You guys look,
thank you.
You know,
we
exceptional
try.
in them.
At least once or twice in a week we do.
You should do it every day.
But we should do it every day. I know. We'll think about it. But thank you for that. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Must have been a long night for you.
Yeah, it was. And we were expecting to just finish within an hour. Unfortunately, like my good friend usual antics, Afenyo, the minority leader, they had to drag things. But for me, it helps our democracy. The atmosphere was pleasant, even though we didn't experience what we experienced in the last election of the speaker. And I believe because there wasn't anybody contesting, you know, the position of the speakership, except Honorable Bagman. But one good thing we did as NDC and as majority is that we didn't behave like the MPP did in previous, you know, circumstances. We could have decided to give the second deputy speaker to one of the independent candidates, but they did that to the NDC about 2 times. But we felt that democracy must strive. The fact that we have overwhelming majority doesn't mean that we should bulldoze our way. So honorably and with some magnanimity, we gave the second deputy speaker to the NPP. Mind you, the person we gave it to was not the person the MPP initially, you know, wanted. No, they were not putting. They were putting a different person.
Okay.
And we felt that if you want us to give it to you, why not give it to the person who had been in that, you know, position before?
I see. Who were they? Who did they want?
I know they wanted Honorable Enyimedu. He was one of the people they were considering. They would deny this, but I can tell you that it's a fact. If you ask our leadership, they will tell you. The current deputy speaker was not their candidate. They wanted someone instead.
So you should have allowed them to go with the person they wanted.
No, you see, the point is that we felt that experience matter, particularly in the position of leadership of the House.
I see.
We could have given it to any of the independent candidates. They have done that to the NDC before. Mind you, the time of the former MPP national chairman, the CPP cum NPP.
Freddie Blee?
You know, Freddie Blee was not, and he didn't come to Parliament.
He didn't belong, yes.
And also Ken Girassa, you remember when Ken Girassa's issue came up. So we felt that we did not want to do what the MPP did.
I see.
But let me make this point very quickly.
Very quickly, so I can introduce my other guest.
Anytime NPP is in government, Parliament is very weak. And this is not my position. Go and read the writings of the likes of Professor Nensen, the likes of Professor Isman Johnson, Jampo and co. They have all indicated that the time we had the weakest parliament in the Fourth Republic was under President Kufuor. And there is some agreement that under President Nana Addo, particularly the Seventh Parliament was extremely weak. So anytime we have the legislative arm being very weak, it always happens under the MPP. So, and that is why the NDC, we want to always set the bar high by giving the second deputy speaker.
Let me introduce my second guest, but also to say that, well, Ghanaians expected a very strong 8th Parliament because we had a hung Parliament, but that didn't happen. For some reason, they expected that the NDC at least will keep the government in power, the party in power in check. We didn't see that happen much as well. So for a number of Ghanaians, they also expressed disappointment in the NDC's inability.
At least we elected a speaker who was not...
to keep the MP in check. But of course, also joining us this afternoon, and I guess he'll be popular for a very long time to come. And I can imagine how many requests he's already getting to conduct some research into, you know, a number of issues, especially election-related issues. But he's here with us. He's the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics, Musa Dankwa. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
It's my pleasure.
I thought I'd see you at the Independence Square.
No, not one.
Not at all.
I don't go there, no.
You have nothing to do with it. I thought maybe you do some research ahead of the inauguration.
Absolutely. I was working from the office, watching from my phone.
I see. Good to have you.
Good to be here, Bella.
And also, lawyer Kwame Jantua is here. He's a member of the CPP, and he hasn't slept. Well, I guess he was here with Johnny anyway, so they both haven't slept.
From 6.
Yes.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. yesterday till 6 a.m.
6 a.m. this morning.
And you're already back?
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys must give him a check.
You know? Oh, no, he has to give us a check.
Wow.
He has to give us a check.
Service to the country.
No, but that was impressive.
But, Bella, you know something that struck me?
Tell me.
I think John Mahama has turned out to be a unique individual.
In what way?
In this Fourth Republic, look at his trajectory. He's been assemblyman. He's been deputy minister,
member of parliament.
He's been a member of parliament. He's been a minister
as well. Yes.
He's been a vice president. He's gone into opposition, and he's back as president. Being president, gone into opposition, back as president. Which president in the Fourth Republic has gone through that? None. None.
Even at the other republics.
So when you look at him, he understands what it means to govern Ghana at this point. And I think the pivotal point is he going into opposition. He's had the time to reflect. He's had the time to look at certain things he did. He's had the time to look at the governance of another president for 8 years. So he would have absolutely no excuse not to get us back to where we need to be. Now, when you look at the speech that he gave today, you could see that he's ready to move the ship. The challenge is in moving the ship, is the rudder strong enough to direct the ship? And what's the rudder? The rudder are those people who are going to be part and parcel of him moving the ship in the next 4 years. He did say it, we should all put our elbows to the wheel. He is Ghana, we are Ghana, we are citizens of Ghana. You know, the beauty of it all, it reminded me of 1957 when we gained independence and the heads of states that came in. There were what? 21. That shows you Ghana is still the beacon of Africa.
Yeah.
We cannot fail Africa. We cannot fail Africa. It's a new dawn. It's a new time. Let's see how we reset this country.
So for you, you're comparing this to the 1957
and comparing it to the number of people,
okay, the heads of states that came,
in. I mean, I was listening when Babin was mentioning the heads of state,
and I have a feeling he skipped a number of them because he kept referring to the fact that there was barely time. Yes,
he didn't skip the heads of states, but he skipped the other dignitaries who weren't heads of states.
Yeah, okay.
But I guess it was a glamorous, splendid occasion. I think the one thing that even made it colorful was the decor and the greenness of the place. It gave it some panache. And kudos to the people who organized the entire thing.
Indeed. I thought it was also very beautiful how they carpeted a part of it.
And John Mahama has shown that he can be stylish.
You like his outfit?
I like his outfit.
Hey, okay.
And if you realize, he had the Ashanti emblems on the breast of his attire.
The Dinkra symbols.
The Dinkra symbols.
Yeah.
I think it was.
You thought that was. I mean, we've listened to some people, of course, political historians and stuff, and they were talking about how he was trying to merge the South and the North in his look as well. So that was definitely
and the deputy,
a good thing.
The deputy,
and religion.
The deputy UN secretary was in town, Amina Mohammed. That shows something.
It does?
Yes. Ghana is still a beacon.
Let me hear from Musa as well. I mean, your thoughts, preliminary thoughts on today's ceremony.
It was pageantry, first and foremost. The dress was actually also what caught my eye.
Okay.
The mixture of the cultures and the religions within one apparel was very evident. And for me, I focused on the speech he gave and try to see what he's trying to convey and the expectation of Ghanaians with regard to what they told us before they voted. Economy, clearly number one issue. He needs to turn around the economy very quickly. He needs to create jobs or enabling environment for job creation. He also thought about accountability, which is very, very important for people. And then also the reforms of institutions and the governance of the state. I think these are for me, the big ticket items that he mentioned that I think people will judge him on. But I'm glad he put accountability at the very end.
Yeah.
Because if he had put it at the beginning, he would have gotten it wrong. But he still says that look, people must be held accountable for what they've done, wrong things they've done. And also, in doing that, I believe the public finance is critical here. We need to instill some discipline into our public financial management. The budget for the next, or this year budget, must be very, very different. I don't think they should assume the numbers last year were normal and let's build on it. No, because that forms the base of anything that is inefficient, anything corrupt would have been built into it. And when you do that, you are just bloating the budget for no absolute reason. So we have to really look at those numbers critically on need by need, case by case basis, and see whether they make sense or not. And for me, that is where I believe if he excelled in managing the public finances, I think we'll have enough room within the budget to do what we have to do. If we can't stop the corruption, if we can't be efficient in what we do, believe me, 4 years' time, we will not make no progress.
Definitely, and I believe that's why his appointments came out yesterday. And we have the likes of Dr. Valerie Sawyer, who's a senior presidential advisor on governmental affairs. From What's Wonder, Victor Kuto mentioned yesterday, she's going to make sure that all these contracts, etc., are scrutinized to the latter, just to make sure that we're saving as much money as possible and making the best out of it. So let's hope that things do go out, pan out well. And very shortly, Johnny will be joining us, so we go through some of the statements that were made by the president.
Just one point.
Okay.
Musa indicated that he used the phrase "stop corruption." I don't think that's going to be possible.
Or is that fight against
in
corruption?
his comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably we would have to gradually bring corruption down. Now, and I said that this morning, one thing President Mahama should learn to do is to communicate. If he can't communicate some of the things he's doing, then people won't know exactly how far he's going on some of these things. So communication is key. I don't know in that list of people that he has whether there's a person in there who is handling the communication. Maybe it's
spokesperson, acting spokesperson,
maybe
Felix Kwachu.
And it has to be communicated such that it's not only the intelligentsia who would understand, but the ordinary man too
would understand
because
as
it's
well.
key.
All right, Comrade, I'll let you hold on. Let's just go to Johnny and Michael Obodu. Well, okay, let's just hold on. Let's just hold on. Comrade, I'll come to you. Now, I mean, of course, they've talked about his speech, and he also mentioned those 4 key areas that, you know, he'll work on decisively and swiftly. So definitely some good news there. But for you generally, what were your thoughts? You were also at the Independence Square.
I was there, and like my senior brother said, the organization was just superb. I mean, the aesthetics that associated the setup was beautiful. And I don't know whether under the Fourth Republic we have had an inaugural or swearing in of an elected president, and we have this number of heads of states and presidents attending. I agree that Ghana is still the beacon of democracy in Africa, but the persona of the president matters so much. And for me, if you listen to the president of Nigeria's speech, and for me, it was encouraging. But what was more encouraging to me was the fact that we had the military leader of Burkina Faso, who was president. We had the vice president of Ivory Coast. We had the president of Togo. The reason is simple because...
Tell us, because I wasn't sure what kind of signal that was sending to have, you know, the military junta here as well. I was a bit confused about that.
Whatever the case is, it should be of tremendous interest for us as a state to maintain some cordial and friendly relationship with our neighbors, particularly Burkina.
Of course.
Recently, you heard the statement that was made by the former president and the matter of Burkina and their association with Russia. It was needless, it was a very reckless statement and ought not to have been made. Because, mind you, in security, cross-border security issues, you need to share intelligence. But when you have a hostile attitude towards your neighbor, there are some intelligence they may not necessarily share with you. And for me, having the military leader of Burkina in attendance at a time when you know the relationship between Burkina, Mali, and if you like, and Nigeria. And we had Tinubu, then the ECOWAS chair, and Chad was not, but we were all in attendance. It tells you that they have some level of trust and confidence in President Mahama, and for which reason they feel that having President Mahama now as the president of Ghana, and considering the fact that Ghana is a huge force, despite our size, in terms of the geopolitics of the sub-region, and most importantly, Africa, they think that there's the need for them to have some understanding and cordial relationship with Ghana. Mind you, our democracy is used as a standard to measure how the Western democracy is thriving. And that is why the Western world would always be interested in ensuring that we don't have disturbances when we have elections. So when you have these leaders attending and taking into consideration their position, the geopolitics of the world, we are aligned with the Western world, and particularly even with Russia and China. We don't have much problems with them. You need to have a posture of detente, a posture that will not make you an enemy of one, if you like, force within the geopolitics of the world and a friend to another. And I think that posture alone, for me, encouraged these heads of states to be in attendance. And it is good for us. We have a huge community of Nigerians in Ghana, a huge community of Burkinabes in Ghana. Many people are unaware that Mosi people, the Mosis, we have a huge Mosi community who are Ghanaians, but they trace their root to Burkina Faso. And if you go to some of these border areas, apart from the designated border areas, the people don't see those artificial lines. Someone can have a farm in Burkina when he is actually in Ghana, and vice versa. And Ivory Coast. So it is always important. It is in our individual and collective interest as states within the West African sub-region to have some cordial relationship with our neighbors. That cannot be said about the relationship that existed between Burkina and Ghana under the leadership of President Nana Addo. Certainly not. You witnessed when our president visited, you know, Burkina on some few years ago, the posture. The president even didn't shake hands with our president. It was the fist, you know. So some of these things for me, when I was watching, that gave me some comfort.
Okay.
And the response of people there, when they mentioned the name of the president of Burkina, tells you that he may have a lot of people who love him in Ghana, and you can trace it to this community of Moses, and again also in Ghana. Again, when you have the president of Guinea-Conakry, I call them my in-laws because my wife is actually from Guinea.
Okay.
You know, there was some relationship between Guinea, when this Guinea and Burkina, but now it's like, because of the realignments of Guinea with France, there is some, if you like, seemingly tension between and among these countries. Ivory Coast, the same thing. For our president to be able to get all these people to attend, President Mahama must have been a very unique person. And I guess it has also to do with the continuous relationship he had with some of these countries, the previous leaders and the existing leaders. He's someone people love. I think that we must take advantage of that relationship, particularly cross-border trade. We are always complaining of intra-trade, but intra-trade within the continent of Africa must start with intra-trade within the sub-region. That if we are able to deepen trade relations with our neighbors, it helps even build our economy, more so when we have 24-hour economy. And I think that it is something that is refreshing. So I think it was superb. It was outstanding. Everybody loved it. And the speech of President Mahama.
We'll come to that shortly, but let me just bring Musa in, because I noticed you kept nodding when we're referring to Ibrahim Traore. So
I've read a bit from the polls. I mean, if you look at the geopolitical aspect of this meetings, bringing the Burkinabes, the Guineans, and the, what we call the outcast, ECOWAS members, I think it could be a way to get them back into ECOWAS.
It's possible.
Okay.
Because they probably now have someone they can trust, and that they can be able to engage with John Mahama, and then within the ECOWAS, try and bring them back into the bloc, because it's not good. ECOWAS is fragmented. We need to be united to be able to fight the common cause. Now, at the moment, I don't think ECOWAS is strong with these guys out of the play. I believe it should be a good sign that we may be able to get ECOWAS back into the picture.
And so this was a good thing to have them here as well.
Bella, but don't forget, President Mahama is a communicator. That is his profession. And he must have been able to communicate effectively to all these leaders, especially those in that area with regards to ECOWAS. I think the kind of people who came, and I was very surprised when I saw Paul Kagame here, that tells you something.
You were surprised?
Yes, I was surprised. I was surprised.
Why?
He is a small fragment amongst the states around him. And some of the things he's doing in his country, he needs Ghana. And some of the leaders that came, like Congo, there are certain things Ghana is doing that they are interested in. I know, because I've spoken to a few people.
Okay.
There are certain things that Ghana is doing that they are very interested in. And so they are coming to align with a new president who is going to start his term. And I think it's good for all of us. I would hope, and that is one thing I didn't hear, I would hope AFCTFA will play a huge role with regards to this new president coming in.
I mean, we saw the president of the AFCTA there as well. I think he made an appearance today.
You see, that's why Sina was talking about the fact that a lot of the dignitaries were
there
because of the timing. The UN, you have ECOWAS, you had EU, African, a whole lot of
all of them.
dignitaries.
I mean, Wankele most of the time is here anyway.
Yes.
We haven't been
and one thing President Mahama has said, which I would say he has followed up. He talked about the bit where he talks about improvement in the business environment. Before the elections, he met with the AGI. And we had quite a lot of discussions with regards to the private sector. And even suggested to us that with the Economic Forum, we should take the lead in terms of some of the things the private sector should be doing and be looking at. And he's listed it in the areas that he's talked about. So for me, it tells me that he's serious about some of the things he has said. And he recognizes the time scale he has got to be able to get all these things in place. Now, let me see, he might not be able to do all, but the ones he's able to do, it should be strong enough to move things into a next government. most importantly, the long-term national development plan is key in making sure that some of the things that he's going to put in place, there would be continuation with any new government that comes in.
Comrade, I'll bring you in on his speech. And first of all, I'm sure the debate is still raging on social media as to whether he gave this speech, right from his head, or he actually had a prompter. What exactly was happening on the floor?
Well, first and foremost, President Mahama is an outstanding communicator.
Okay.
But before that, there was one president whose attendance, for me, stood out. President Ruto of Kenya.
Okay.
And I say this because President Mahama had an outstanding relationship with Kenyatta. They were very good friends. I attended the program in Kenya with President Mahama, and you could tell even in fact, their independence celebration, and then I was the deputy minister for trade. And if you listen to President Kenyatta's speech, he made everybody understood at the time that he had an outstanding relationship with President Mahama. But the relationship between
the two of them, yes.
Uhuru Kenyatta and
Ruto, yes.
And even is still deepening. Yet President Mahama could find this person attending his program, knowing very well that they were very good friends. I mean, he's a very good friend to his enemy. Unlike my enemy's friend is my friend. It didn't happen. And President Mahama had this relationship with his boss at the time when he was his vice president. So I think that President Mahama must have been a very unique person.
But again, to the signal, I know that when it comes to foreign policy and all those things, sometimes you have to overlook some concerns. But William Ruto is not the most favorite person in Kenya.
No, I'm not looking at it as...
I understand, but that's what I'm saying. That so then, for someone who's sitting on the side, looking at all these, they're not sure what kind of signal this is sending, especially because back home as well, he's not the most loved president at the moment.
We are taking advantage of opportunities therein.
Okay.
We have some trade relations with Kenya. Kenya has a lot of coffee, a lot of things that we could, if you like, butter with each other. Now, if President Mahama fails to have some relationship with Ruto because of his relationship with President Kenyatta, then we would have lost that opportunity which we could, take advantage of in Kenya. And that is why I think that his ability to be able to go beyond his personal relationship with, if you like, enemies of such people and brought them, for me, that is extremely telling. So in Kenya, he may not be popular, but we are not looking at it as just in Kenya. We are looking at it, what advantage therein for us to take opportunity of as Ghana with regards to those Kenyans, not the political elite in Kenya. And for me, that is one positive thing about it.
Bella, another point which I want to just quickly...
Let's just complete this issue about...
I mean, it also interesting and intriguing to see Paul Kagame here at the same time as Etienne Tshisekedi. You know what's happening in Congo War? Rwanda is being accused of funding the M23 rebels, and to get both guys to come here. Meanwhile, they've been trying to get them together to talk, but they haven't been able to do so. So if they are here, I hope John Mahama is getting them together to solve that problem in Congo.
And you must take advantage.
Yes, absolutely.
The international community must take advantage. They can easily use President Mahama as a catalyst of ensuring that there is peace, not just within the West African sub-region, but at least in the continent. If he's able to bring all these people to Ghana, it means that he has some relationship with them, so they can take advantage. One of the challenges in resolving disputes in Africa is suspicion. Okay, this leader, he's a very good friend to this leader. I have a problem with him. He cannot be a neutral arbiter. So if you have a leader who is able to bring all these people to Ghana to participate in such a program, I think that the international community can...
He has a lot of work to do then. I mean, it's not just about resetting Ghana, but resetting the continent altogether.
Bella, let's not forget the guest of honor.
Yes.
Tinubu of Nigeria. Nigeria are brothers and sisters. There's quite a lot of things the two countries can do. There are quite a lot of Ghanaians in Nigeria. There are quite a lot of Ghanaians,
Nigerians in Ghana,
Ghana. And so I think that relationship should be grown stronger because there's a lot that can be done. Whether, especially in the oil industry, now that Nigeria has this huge refinery, does it mean that we should mothball ours? I don't think so, but we should be able to work together, especially on commodities like salt. Nigeria imports a lot of its salt from Brazil. We have natural salt deposits in Ghana. Only 2 countries in West Africa, Senegal and Ghana. And even our crystals are much larger than the Senegalese. So we should try as much as possible to start forging that kind of relationship where our salt industry can now blossom. Because they're having to bring all the way from Brazil. Look at how much they're spending. And we are just next door. So I think summoning all these leaders can help trade in Ghana. And in helping trade in Ghana, can create the kind of employment we are also looking for our people.
Well, President Tinubu has assured
I wouldn't have added in the
President
on this
that
sorting.
he's with him all through,
It is established that salts that are closer to where oil is refined or is dug, more or less, are scientifically the best salt to use in the petrochemical industry.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes. So what it means is that the salt in Ghana will be the best for the petrochemical industry in Nigeria than the salt they get in Brazil. So if you're able to deepen this relationship and perhaps not just give the salt to one person as we are experiencing.
I was going to ask.
And the Ghanaian crystals are much bigger, are much more industrialized than from the other countries. So we need to be able to push the salt industry through some of these things.
Well, it's going to be an interesting journey. We'll see. But like I was saying, if you listen to President Tinubu's speech, and I'll just read a part of it for you to understand the kind of relationship that he has with President John Dramani Mahama. He says, and I quote, "My dear brother, I am here to walk with you. You know you can count on my support at any given time you call on me. We are your brothers and sisters. We shall always be there for you." And that's the assurance that he gave President Mahama, reinforcing the deep ties of friendship that Ghana and Nigeria share. And so we do look forward to us working together. And of course, just like the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah had hope that we would have a united Africa, we're hoping that we would eventually get to that point where we would not see other African countries as different countries, but we should see the continent as one. And it's very important, which is why it's a good thing that the former president, it's quite weird referring to President Akufo-Addo as former president. I think it will take a while to get used to it. But the former president, right before leaving office, had indicated that, they had cancelled the visa, process for all Africans traveling to Ghana, which was also a good thing, I thought. And so I guess we're making some progress, and we hope that, it goes as expected. But let me just quickly go to a gentleman. Directors, are you ready? Okay, let's continue the conversation. Let's go deeper into the conversation. I asked you earlier, just for the sake of Ghanaians who are watching, did he read from a teleprompter? Did he do this all by himself? It was quite a fascinating scene.
Where we were seated,
you couldn't tell.
Many people have forgotten that Parliament was brought to the Independence Square.
Yes.
In fact, the most important people at the time who ensured the swearing of the president was the members of Parliament. So we're a bit distanced, but whatever the case is, even to read through the teleprompter, you need to be a bit smart to be able to do so.
Yes.
President Mahama, I have listened to President Mahama when I was the deputy minister. I traveled with him to Italy, where we had the expo. And President Mahama spoke for almost an hour without reading through anything. There wasn't even any teleprompter. I mean, President Mahama, you sit with him. To be very honest, he understood the government he was running. And as the Deputy Minister for Trade, when I had the opportunity to have sat with President Mahama, you get marveled. You'll be shocked the level of information and understanding that he has. And every single minister will tell you that. President Mahama can tell you from archaeology to zoology, every single ministry, every single sector of the economy, he communicates well. The manner and the demeanor with which he communicates is something that would certainly attract, people who would want to listen to him. So while we were seated, we could not tell. But the most important aspects of all the things he said is the content of the speech, is the content of his message. One thing that makes everybody, and should make everybody proud, is that at least the speech was not plagiarized. It was never plagiarized. You don't need to speak big English to impress anybody, because that for me is a specter of embarrassment, as we experienced some 8 years ago. So if you have a speech that is delivered, and even the dressing of the president, this was made in Ghana. That particular thing he wore was done by young people in this country.
Okay.
The shoes the president was wearing was made in Ghana.
We've had other presidents also wear the kente.
So what I'm saying is that if you have a president who is bringing 24-hour economy and thinking that we must build our indigenous capacity, provided expand the economy, ensure the macroeconomic stability so that businesses can strive, and he comes with a 3 Ps that is not even Ghanaian. I mean, that in itself will be defeating.
I mean, to be fair, we have Ghanaian designers now who make the 3-piece suits, etc. I will not mention names because then that's, giving them free publicity.
If I tell you that this one was just an unknown designer.
Oh, I'm just saying that there are quite a number of Ghanaian designers who make the suits here as well. He did, yes, he did. I deliberately asked that because, of course, like I said, the debate was raging on social media, so people were still asking.
If you watch the Nigerian
president,
he saw the teleprompter, but he asked his aide-de-camp to give him the speech.
The speech, yes. So. Anyway, let me cross over to Johnny and Michael Obodu, and we're going to go through President John Dramani Mahama's speech to get a better understanding of what exactly it is that he said. And gentlemen, you look dapper, by the way, this afternoon. I like the Alon Table tie.
Thank you. I mean, I would have mentioned the name of the designer just to give them props because, sometimes when we find these foreign designers, we mention their names.
I don't want commercials to come and give me.
No, it's not about, it's not about commercialization. I think it's about helping the local brands to also grow. I mean, now we have a lot of eyeballs at this point. So I'm 2 seconds.
I leave that to you. Don't worry. So that in case they bring the check or the...
this kente is from what? Goba? Yeah, Goba kente. And all the ladies are wearing Goba kente. And it's an indigenous business. If we support them, they will make some more money, and then they will employ some more people, and so you don't have the unemployment rate shooting up. So, yeah, so Goba. Good afternoon.
Oh, I mean, Goba, yes, indeed. And we have all said thank you to Goba. I was just talking about the...
Mention the guy name. Mention the guy name.
Easy Johnny, he's trying to box me. Onami, but
small mention, pero you know what do.
Komla Kuchetu is trying to corner me one place. He's sending me the name of the designer of John Dramani Mahama's outfit. His Excellency.
So let's know the guy so we can give him props. He's did a good job.
Okay. Hey, handle the conversation, please.
Okay.
It's Bondana, actually. So we're told that Bondana made President John Dramani's outfit today. Right. But of course, other suit makers in the country, we have the likes of Bromon, who makes... Exactly. Okay. I mean, honestly, our local designers are doing a fantastic
Speaker
job.
Bagbin wears grandpa's clothing as well.
And I wear Yatel. Any day, anytime. He does very beautiful.
Some go to Cantamanto as well.
And now I'm not sure if you can go there because they are rebuilding. But let's look at the speech of His Excellency.
So John Dramani Mahama had earlier promised a 120-day promise. It's an action plan that they put together. We've done this beautiful presentation, so we bring you up to speed on it because today he's president, and so the countdown begins today, right, Mike? Yeah. So we'll go through the action plan. The first one is about cabinet appointments and government efficiency. He says within the first 14 days, he will complete the list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. First 14 days. Yeah. So today is day 1, tomorrow is day 2, and so we're counting down 14 days, and I'm sure that already some names are flying around. There was a first list that came out, Michael, and then, well, the team came to say, no, we have not put out any team. Another team, I think about 3 lists came out, and then they have come to, but it tells you how people are looking forward to those names, Michael.
Per the 14 days count, that means at least by 21st of this month, we should have a clarity on who the cabinet ministers are going to be. And you do also know that we understand that the majority in parliament now have decided to maintain the leadership in parliament, awaiting appointments of ministers. So it means that within that period also, we should expect to begin to see the direction in terms of leadership in parliament.
Right. And for the cabinet ministers, I mean, you're talking about Attorney General, Finance Minister, Education Ministry, for example, Education, Health, security, right? Yeah. So the interior, defense, trade, and industry. Yeah. You can talk about those critical areas. I mean, particularly also because he's talking about 24-hour economy, talking about more job creation, perhaps maybe a new ministry or something that will be merged into another. He talks about constituting the leanest and most efficient government under the 4th Republican Constitution within the first 90 days in office. He said 60 ministers. Yeah. Now, the question that has been asked is he able to govern with 60 ministers? Okay, so how many will he have deputy ministers? Will he not have deputy ministers?
Yeah.
How many sector ministers does he intend to have? And then already 16 regional ministers.
Yeah.
So the dynamics, 60 ministers with all the members within the NDC who are qualified, who are competent enough, who have experience and expertise, who are looking forward to appointment. What happens to them? Is it going to create new agencies for them, or is it going to put them in existing agencies for them to, you know, collaborate with each other? I mean, those are conversations that are coming up.
You know, there's 60 ministers. Some have even argued that the 60 is still quite high because there are some developed countries that have as low as 12. Well, you argue that maybe we are not there yet, but it also brings about the conversation of really having a critical overhaul of our approach towards governance, because you do know that there is dualization of roles in a lot of these ministries and agencies that have been set up. We've seen the sanitation ministry. What becomes of the Ministry of Local Government, for instance?
Actually, the sanitation ministry has not served this purpose. But you see, if you talk about 60 ministers being quite on the high side, I mean, mirror that against over 100 ministers.
Which is improvement. Well, however, there's still space for more, because especially in the time where
that's actually half of what we had paid for, and we're going to pay ex gratia to all these ministers. In fact, in the first term, we had already paid ex gratia to the over 120 ministers. We're going to repeat that same thing because the president didn't listen to anybody. He still went ahead. So having 60 ministers, that means a half of it we have saved.
It is a commendable effort, which I said. However, my point is that, you know, we're in critical times. And now the money to pay these people, it's another jigsaw we need to figure out. And these are not ordinary times, especially under an IMF program, especially when you are promising to scrap revenue streams. So if there's a window to downsize even more, why not?
But you see, there are ministries that you can't do away with, right? So we're talking about regional ministers. You can't do away with them. Then you're talking about critical ministries like education, health, you're talking security,
energy,
interior, energy, trade and industry. By the time you finish, you would have done another stretch. There are ministries that you can't do away with. And there are ministries that you would need as special purpose vehicle ministries that will specifically deal with some initiatives that you're looking at. I mean, I think honestly that we should be able to cut John Mahama a bit of slack. This whole conversation about we're in a difficult time, we're not in normal times. I mean, we sat and watched 120 and more ministers. Why are we now talking about we don't have too much time? No, but
we progressed beyond that. No, at this point, that cannot be a yardstick.
Today is just day one. No, that is the yardstick, because you have to measure. In the fourth Republican dispensation, which government promised to have the leanest? President Kufuor promised that he was going to have the leanest of the all government. When he came, he had about 88 or so ministers, President Mills says he was going to do better. He brought the numbers down. President Akufo-Addo came and he says, oh, he's going to do...
He has the men.
Yes, and he has the men. He's a man in a hurry. I mean, he's the highest in Ghana's total history.
And the one who refused to reshuffle them all. Literally 7 years of their being in office.
So somebody says 60. I think it's considerable.
Fair point.
Establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. I think this is essential. Because, you know, when people work at ministries, when people are appointed, they tend to clothe themselves and pavilion themselves in some authority that they do not have. And by so doing, the KPIs and the things that they have to satisfy, they really don't pay attention to it. So if there's a code of conduct and a standard for all government officials, then you know that you cannot drive government vehicles on weekends. Right? You cannot use your office resources for A, B, C, D. If those things are there and not just being there, but are being enforced. Because I remember in President Akufo-Addo's first term, he had a unique style of announcing his ministers, where he would call Michael Ogbodu and read your credentials and say what you have done, and then give you that role and say, go and deliver, and give you a specific task, right? And then he also had a ministry of planning, right? Professor Bafor, and then he had a ministry of monitoring and evaluation. The late Dr. Couture said, fast forward, I mean, I think the first year they tried to do some evaluation. But what was the essence of those two ministries? But in the final analysis, those two ministries really did not perform, but those ministers were kept at post and we still pay them their full salaries, emoluments, plus ex gratia. So it is not enough for John Mahama to say he will establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. How is he going to make sure that that code of conduct works? That standard for all government officials is efficient enough for them to deliver the public good, which is the social contract. You understand? And then he says he's going to institute...
A quick one on that one, actually. You know, the expectations are very high for this Mahama government, especially because of a lot of the precedents that has been set. So I think this code of conduct is welcoming news. However, we also would be expecting that it will be implemented to the core, because when it comes to laws, policies, and the likes, we know that as a country, we are not deficient in any way. The problem has been the enforcement. So we should expect that if a code of conduct is going to be introduced, it will be implemented to the letter, because we've seen a lot of ministers get off the hook for doing things that are unthinkable things. So if there's a code of conduct, we're expecting that, Mr. President, you will hold your officials accountable when they flout any of it.
And not praise them
at all.
And say that they are being vilified.
Especially. So we need to see accountability to the letter. And once he does this, I'm sure that to a laudable extent, he will get the buy-in of the populace.
You know, I asked an MPP, an NDC bigwig the other time, and he says, look, John Mahama jailed one or two of his own appointees. So he's very confident that he will do it. But that was John Mahama of old. This is John Mahama of the new age. Is he able to do it? Well, time will tell. Institute a government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets. I think that's clear enough. If he's able to do this, we will all be happy with him. And I'm sure Operation Recover or Loot will be looking around for some of these things. Hold a national...
I just remember Chini over there.
Hold a national economic dialogue to assess the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program for the budget. It reminds me of the Senchi meeting, right? And I remember that Senchi meeting. It was only the Venerable Kwame Pienim who attended that meeting. The MPP totally boycotted that meeting. And that came back to hurt us because, you see, as a country, after the elections, we need to come to the center. Look at what the Americans do. Look at what the British do. Look at what the Canadians do. Look at what the Germans do. But we still are stuck in, what do you call it, in our campaigning. I was watching the news the other time, and then I saw Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the MPP's flag bearer. And by the way, he was at the inauguration, and I love that sweet spirit. That sense that I saw at the inauguration, President Akufo-Addo was there, Nana Konadu-Adjumah was there, Rollins was there, Dr. Bawumia, Samira, they were all there. It was good enough, President Kufuor. It was good enough to show that there's a certain national character around it.
Then, very true. But you know, of course.
Then you have, then you have the fire, for example, at Kantamanto. And then Dr. Bawumia, on the eve of the expiration of his office, goes there to say he is going to fix the market.
In what capacity?
How? That's the question. So now you have gone there to promise the people. And the Ghanaian politician typically thinks of the next election as opposed to delivering the public good. As I speak to you now, the campaigns have already begun. I mean, you're looking at the opposition trying to, you know, say, oh, this one, it won't work. Oh, this one. And I find it strange because just a few weeks ago, there were people who were so optimistic that if a certain candidate was elected, everything was going to be well. Suddenly, another candidate wins and he says, I am going to do what your candidate says he will do. And they say, oh, you will fail.
You will fail.
How?
Interesting. And you know, it's the hypocrisy of it. We've seen the minority now in Parliament make comments about, you said you scrap the levy, do it so we see. However, interestingly, their own candidate also promised to do so. So it just shows you the double standards. But quickly on the national economic dialogue, I think that we're at a critical point where that level of consensus building is necessary to fix the economy. Because as we speak right now, we do know inflation is at about 23%, largely driven by food inflation. Until we come to a point as a country where we're able to address these things and fix the economy and shift from that dependence on imports to keep our economy running, we won't be able to get out of the woods. So this is critical.
So the conversation is not about the titles, for example, planting for food and jobs, but it's about the reality, on the ground. Within the first 90 days, abolish the following taxes to alleviate hardship and reduce the cost of doing business. And one of these levies, e-levy, is one, COVID levies, two, 10% levy on bet winnings, and then there's the emissions levy. These four. You were mentioning earlier that, look, these are revenue streams. Okay?
All these, just to chip in, these levies are giving us us roughly over 5 billion cedis.
Right. Now,
are we willing?
If you take these off, and by the way, COVID levy at this point is totally not, because COVID is not there. I mean, so it shouldn't have stayed on there.
Okay.
I mean, if we're comfortable keeping COVID levy on, then we should have brought back road tolls, which are cancelled illegally by Mr. Marquardt on the 17th of November in 2021, because that was totally unnecessary, right? Now, we shouldn't be giving COVID levy
at this point.
It's
outlive its purpose.
But then, for the other three, which are a revenue stream, right? What are the alternatives?
That's the big question.
Are we going to save, on other ends to make up for it?
Well, at least in the interim, we are seeing some savings from the downsizing in government, but is that enough? That's the big question.
Okay, great. Now, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported for industrial and agricultural purposes within the first 90 days. I love this. You know why I love this? So we're encouraging people to get into agric.
Yeah.
We're encouraging people to get into other modes of business.
Yeah.
The typical man who gets into agric, if he's doing some farm that my father has given me, say, 20 acres or 50 acres, I'm buying fuel at the same rate as somebody who is doing regular, town running business. Water, if the dams are not available, as is the case now, I'm buying water at the same commercial rate. Electricity for the farmhouse at the same commercial rate. Import duties at the same, rate. And so by the time you finish everything, the farmer literally has next to nothing, right? He tills the dirt, plants the seed, watches it, nourishes it, nurtures it to grow, harvest. But then the post-harvest losses and everything else will now come to zero. Okay. So if you have something like this and is able to do it within the first 90 days, because this must be as a matter of law.
Sure.
It has to go through Parliament, because it is only Parliament that can review taxes and levies that have been imposed.
There's an interesting thing you see here. Interestingly, the policy document we are referring is a 120-day plan.
Right.
However, he's allocated 90 days for this. It means that in the next 3 months maximum, we should begin to see this roll out.
Right.
And I did hear the president, I almost said former president, I did hear the president state that the 24-hour economy policy that he's pushing would thrive on the wings of agriculture.
Right.
So it just shows you back to this, that is the commitment here, getting the industry well-resourced, getting the right equipment in town, giving them the right incentives to grow the economy. And trust me, if you're... Even during COVID times, one sector that grew consistently for us as a country is the agricultural sector.
Right.
And yet this is still at very agrarian and consistent level. So if there are the right equipment investments in there to drive it right, the amount of the volumes we can drive in there, from food production to the job creation and the economic growth we can generate over there, is enormous.
Thankfully, they have the numbers, so let's see how it goes. Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on sector improvement. I think that speaks for itself. Implement a no
I'm sure that's on the back of his promise that he wasn't going to scrap the free SHS. Probably this is where the review of the policy would come under.
Now, implement a no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges of education, and nursing training institutions. The question is how?
How will you fund it?
How will you fund it? I mean, where are you getting the money from? Because you are promising here to scrap taxes,
revenue,
and then review taxes also within this space. So there are two layers of taxes that you are looking at.
Okay.
So now you come to this point where you now have to pay. Okay. So where do you get the money from? I think further and better particulars ought to be given to us on this particular policy within the period.
Some would argue that, for instance, you look at what they plan to do in the agricultural sector. You know, a lot of the foods that we eat in the country are grown within 3 to 6 months.
Right.
So let's say that the policy, their approach towards this is to really boom the agricultural sector within the first 6 months of being in power and generate enough revenue from the outputs that comes out from the sector. Maybe that could be part of their magic wand.
But the reality on the ground is that we have not planted enough, we have not harvested enough.
True.
So the conversation about farming in the first quarter, for example, is going to be a problem. In 2021, I remember President Akufo-Addo said that Ghana now is a net exporter of tomatoes, maize, and all those things because of planting for food and jobs. If you check what the Ghana Statistical Service has been telling us over the period, and you look at food inflation as you spoke about, you would know that we really are not speaking the truth. We only are putting out statistics to the people. How much food does the buffer stock have? How much food does the national warehouses have? Okay, are farmers interested in growing certain crops? And what kind of support system is there for them?
Yeah.
You mentioned that the gestation period for some of these foods are 3 through 6 months. So maize is 3 months, rice, millet, sorghum, tomatoes, all those things, right? So now the conversation is, if we are interested really in trying to turn things around, we can put our money where our mouth is. And governance is a continuum.
Yeah.
The farmers always talk about irrigation.
True.
The farmers always talk about fertilizers. The farmers always talk about certain implements and inputs. The farmers always talk about post-harvest losses.
Yeah.
The farmers always talk about roads that are not good enough to the farm gates and to the market centers, etc.
Yeah.
These are critical areas. It will take the multi-sector approach.
Yeah.
Agric ministry speaking to the roads ministry to fix the road that connects to the farms.
Yeah.
And then they speaking to the finance ministry to see how we can cook up, you know, some soft loans, finances for them. And then they speaking to the trade and industry ministry to see, okay, how do we grow this? Because already we don't have enough to feed ourselves, which is why our food is expensive. So whatever we grow in the shortest time, we will have to consume. Because if you're a mother and you cook and your children have not eaten and you give that food to your neighbors, you are not a sensible mother. So we have to be sensible enough to feed ourselves, to have enough to keep, and then the surplus is what we're going to export, right? And that's going to be a Herculean tax. But then introduce free tertiary education for persons with disability and launch the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, Mahama Cares.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But this is also capital intensive.
An expense.
Because tertiary education is not a kid job, right?
Yeah.
So, again, question is how? Distribute free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Somebody asked the question, why don't you scrap the taxes off them so they could be cheaper?
Yeah. And well, I'm sure those are things that we'll get more clarity on as the days go by, because I get the sense from the policy that there's going to be a very homegrown approach to all of this. So maybe there's a plan for government to, for instance, have the local industry supply this.
Right.
How are we going to fund it is the other conversation. But of course, that is also creating an automatic market for our local industries. And you know the value chain that all of this comes with.
Right.
But we'll be interested to see how all of this pans out in the next couple of days.
Launch priority job creation programs to the first budget. And this is a very important one because everybody's crying for jobs now. A Jumawura program, National Apprenticeship program, and then 1 million coders program. I mean, it sounds good, looks good on paper, as it has been said. The question again is the implementation program.
Exactly.
Because we have seen NAPCO and what NAPCO could do and could not do. As we speak, NAPCOnians are owed arrears. That has now been inherited by this government if they choose to pay.
But at least the context of the programs are quite different. At least in this one, we know that this is an apprenticeship program for persons in the TVET industry. And we know that that is one sector that has been extremely under-tapped.
NAPCO was also an apprenticeship program, really.
Well, at least this is more
technically speaking.
This is more TVET oriented, at least to be fair. So, and we know that the potential in the TVET space is enormous. We haven't even scratched the surface as a country. We have the 1 million coders program. We do know that the gig economy, as we speak, the tech space, is $1 billion industry. And I think it was great to hear that government is having its eye to tap in that sector, because the amount of revenue we can raise and the jobs we can create from being able to push this alone is mind-blowing. And that is the same concept that India, for instance, is pushing and has been able to dominate the tech space.
But Mike, you need capital injection to do
this
coding.
Wouldn't take so much. It wouldn't take so much.
You need capital injection. If you want to code, you need a computer.
That's true.
If you want to code, you need a software, right? True. It will cost money. If you want to code, you need space to code. If you want to code, you need facilitators to teach people how to code. True. If you want to code, you need a time frame for them to go through that period. Yeah. Right? And then you create maybe different blocks so that you can upgrade them. I mean, I'm not a technical person in this space, but at least I'm talking about the basics of you know, project management that I know, which I studied.
Mahama already built a digital center, so at least that's a starting point.
All right. So it was not built by the previous government. It was built by John Mahama.
John Mahama, that's the point I was making.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Johnny.
Now you've educated me. Jobs and industry support. Comments reviewing the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles and support the local automotive industry at hubs such as Swami, Magazine, Kokompe, and Abosukai. This also will be good news for those who want to venture into the transport business. You know, the government at some point had indicated that this was going to be a law. I remember that, was it Bella who had the conversation with Honorable Haruna Idrisu here, and he says that, well, the government cannot scrap. No, prior to Beatrice's own, he said that the government cannot scrap, cannot on its own scrap it. They have to bring it to Parliament. Since then, that has not been implemented stricto sensu. But I think that John Mahama now wants to go through the right processes so that it can actually say, take it off our books and let them bring in. But the conversation is that, will that make us a country of castaways and leftovers, where people use their vehicles and instead of crashing them in their countries, they bring them in? What does it mean for the ozone layer? What does it mean for our climate action? What does it mean for the protection of our environment, the quality of air that we breathe? All these are conversations that might be put in. So if we are bringing these vehicles in, what are we doing to make up for it? So the pollutants that are going to be the carbon dioxide and all of that, how are we making up? Are we planting more trees to try and absorb them?
At least it says it will support the local automotive industry.
I agree. I have no qualms about it. I mean, I've even extended it to say that people who want to venture into transportation business, there are a lot of young people. I mean, somebody told me the other time that a vehicle, Toyota Vitz, for example, that they used to buy for 25,000, sometimes even less than 25,000.
That's about 3-4 years ago.
It's now about 60, 70, 90.
I saw one for over 100,000.
Okay. Now, so it's because of the taxes that have been slapped on it.
And the depreciation also, the currency conversation, which also contributed to
But if you put the taxes on it and you go and blame Russia, Ukraine, and COVID, you would have that situation. So this is good news. But I am talking about after we have implemented this, a lot more vehicles will come into our country. And the other time, you made a fantastic argument of traffic congestion, right? Busing people. Today, the MPs, Dr. Mutala Comrade and his colleagues were bused to Parliament because
for easy movements.
Exactly, because of convenience with the parking space, etc. I remember that President Akufo-Addo said, "Oh, we're going to use buses." Dr. Bamia used a bus for his campaign, or so he did. Right? You made a fantastic argument that if we put all the people in their vehicles in a bus, traffic congestion would have been a thing of the past.
True.
Are we building more roads to accommodate these vehicles?
So all these are symptoms of a problem, which has to be addressed.
Are we expanding the roads that we have? Are we fixing the potholes? All right? So there are a lot of questions in there that have to be answered.
A quick one on this. I am happy about at least supporting the local automotive industry. However, on the other hand, the issue about vehicle purchase in this country has been the issue of cost.
Right.
So if I'm hoping that they would introduce a policy of a hire purchase system, where Ghanaians can be able to buy brand new vehicles and pay over a long-term period. I think it would be easy to start this, for instance, with government workers who are some sort of safe.
You can trace and track.
Basically, and then put together a 10-year plan, payment plan, where the average government worker can go and buy a car and pay over the next 10 years. By that, you are creating automatic markets for the local local manufacturers. You are creating an alternative to the importation of scrap cars, and by that we are growing the local industry and keeping the monies in here.
Now, transparency and accountability, I love this. Institute inquiries and forensic audits into the matters of public interest, including collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions. And this is very important to me because we spend so much more than what we budgeted. How much did we budget? 9 billion was what we budgeted. We ended up spending over 20 billion. And somebody always makes the argument that, look, why couldn't we give the 20 billion to the people, fix the problem, and fish out those who are mismanaging things and deal with them individually?
Exactly.
So you could have saved the jobs, because the government's argument had always been that, we saved your savings. But the savings too, we couldn't get it. And when domestic debt exchange program came, they gave us a haircut that we did not ask for.
True.
Right? So I am happy about it. We have to get into it. How did we rise from 9 billion to 20 billion plus? And then the famous National Cathedral scandal is actually Akufo-Addo Cathedral, not National Cathedral, if you ask me, because it was President Akufo-Addo's pledge to his God that if you give me a second term, I will build you a cathedral.
Okay.
Now it has become an albatross on our neck. We broke judges' homes. We used prime state land. We paid judgment debt. We broke people's properties. We sank money into it. We even spent monies that were not approved by Parliament in it. People were paid for all the period that the National Cathedral, and people are still being paid for all the period that the National Cathedral didn't work. Now the question is, was it necessary? And I'm sure that the probe will answer that conundrum. Was it necessary? Another monster in the room is the COVID-19 expenditure. You remember that when we asked for the bill of the COVID-19 expenditure, we were told that, oh, we have not finished fighting the pandemic, so we can't give you. But in comes IMF, and IMF says, can I see your COVID-19 expenditure? And quickly we presented it. Then we saw the malfeasance in them. People being given COVID-19 funds, they spending them and all of that. Now, the question you want to ask is, at the height of a pandemic, how could people be profiteering from people's misfortune? It's quite disheartening. People ought to go to jail for the COVID-19 expenditure. People have to go to jail for the National Cathedral scandal. People have to go to jail for PDS, Ejapa, and SMA deal. People have to go to jail for Galamsey fraud and missing excavators and other higher profile scandals. If John Mahama does this alone, this one alone, and decides to have a honeymoon the whole time, Ghanaians will take him serious and respect him. If he does this alone, puts people before the courts, puts up evidence, and puts people in jail.
And recoup the funds.
And recoups the funds. Look, Ghanaians will clap for him, and that would have been a legacy.
Well, maybe this is recouping the funds is part of his revenue streams to getting the economy back on track. Because, you see, if you put together the numbers over here, we are looking at billions of dollars actually lost in all of these issues that have come up. So maybe that is part of his plan, his revenue streams to get the economy back on track.
Right. And maybe finally, before we go to that, so lay before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, prohibiting political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminating corruption in the award processes. I think on this score that people who have the wherewithal, right? People who have the wherewithal, who fall within this category, who took government scholarship at the time when Kweku Mensah or Ablavi or Nikole were looking for scholarship and they couldn't get, they should be made to refund the monies and punitive action should be taken against them so that those monies could be given to the poor and vulnerable for them to be able to go to school. I mean, that's the whole essence of scholarship.
Exactly.
But now the scholarship has become who you know. And it's sad because there are people
who don't need them.
Exactly. And there are people who are on government scholarship who are stuck in, say, Cuba or someplace.
It's like it's become a yearly occurrence. If it is not China, it is, what's the name?
Russia, Cuba, or someplace. And they are not getting what they are supposed to get, the stipends for them to live, to be able to survive. And they don't have work permits, so they can't work. Their parents cannot also send them money. And they are stuck. That's the height of... what's the word? I want to speak Ghana, but it's not friendly. Let me leave. It's a height of, like...
We'll move on to environmental and natural resources. The ban
illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves. I'm still thinking, Michael, how on God's good earth did we allow people to start mining in forest reserves? How?
It's quite disturbing.
How?
It's quite disturbing.
And you know, if you read there's a UN convention on the use of mercury. At some point, we as a country had been giving 2020 some 8 million euros, all right, to prevent people from using mercury to mine. Around that same time, when we had told everybody that we had banned all forms of mining, we were busily giving people licenses to mine in 47 different forest reserves, and we're busy declassifying forests. How did that happen? How did Parliament agree to pass that LI? All right? Who brought it to Parliament? And why was it agreed in the first place?
So, John, the problem for me is that even beyond the forest reserves is the fact that, like I told you during my trip to the eastern region, it's in your face. The Galamsey situation is more dire than we think even in Accra. Right. And I think that sometimes the narratives or the efforts we put in putting the message out there is not even telling the story enough. Because on your way to the eastern region, you will see people carrying out illegal mining activities along the roads. So it's not as if it's not even going to forest reserves anymore. It's right by your doorstep. And that shows you how critical this issue has become.
I tell you, finally, now you say we are not transmitting the message well enough. Let me put it simply. Now, you're going to eat gobe this afternoon, right? Your gobe possibly could have been cooked with galamsey water.
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly. Now, your galamsey water has mercury, has cyanide, has lead, right, in them. Those are 3 powerful chemicals. Then Ghana Water Company has added chlorine to it. Maybe the gobe seller...
excess levels at this point.
So now there are 4 chemicals. Once the gobe seller fetches the water, he sees that the water is turbid, he throws in alum. It doesn't measure the quantity. 5 chemicals. Then the gobe seller also adds sodium chloride, salt, to it. 6 chemicals. Do you know the bomb you have created in your tummy? And you know how fast you are killing yourself with your own money.
True.
That's how illegal mining in forest reserves and in all forms of places, you know,
and
are
we know
killing us.
The Ghana Water Company, some regions have actually had to shut down because of the impact of the turbidity on it. And it shows you that this is more close to us than we actually think. If they started shutting down plants, how long will it take to get to us if we don't nip this in the bud?
But this also looks good. The rollout on the Tree for Life and Blue Water Initiative to transform degraded areas into economic and ecological recovery hubs. So this goes to the salvage vehicles thing and then to illegal mining because now we're going to plant trees. Speaking of which, the tree planting exercise that was done.
The 1 million trees?
Yes. No, the president said 50 million trees. He says over 52 million trees.
Okay.
In fact, he went to COP, the former president, I should say. He said we had planted 50 million trees. He said that at COP in Azerbaijan. Then he comes in the final State of the Nation address to say 52 million trees. I think we need to investigate because I don't know where the trees are. So it should not be a repeat of that scheme. And then this Blue Water Initiative to restore our rivers and water bodies should also not be another the talk shop that we've seen, or send a few soldiers there, and then when the public starts, then you draw them, then when they start complaining, you send them back them.
We know that really, the bottom line is that this Galamsey conversation is an economic conversation. Because truth be told, Galamsey is a very risky venture. And those young people who carry out this exercise, they know that it is that life-threatening. So if we're able to address the economy, create jobs for the young people, they won't be wasting, risking their lives in these spaces.
But how much can you pay them? So, for example, somebody goes to do gala, as they call it. By day, they get 300 Ghana cedis.
At the risk of his life.
Yes, 400 Ghana cedis.
If he gets a well-paying job that can satisfy his basic needs, I think that
you mark them 400 Ghana cedis.
No, Michael, that option,
Michael,
putting his life
so
at
the
risk.
reality is first to reorient the minds of the people, because you cannot mark a factory worker 500 Ghana cedis a day. Yes, but if he goes to work in the pit, he's sure to get 500 Ghana cedis, maybe more, in a day. So we need to have that realistic conversation about reorienting the minds of the people first, so that if you put up a factory, they are willing enough to abandon their Galamsey job to get into the factory to go and work. It's a concerted effort that must be done.
I guess we'll have to hand over to Beatrice now.
Right.
Indeed.
So some very interesting stuff on the 120-day plan.
Exactly, but we're going to the home region of the
John Mahama,
the Savannah region, and we have Nadra Mohammed on the line with us. Just tell us really what's happening in the hometown of the president.
So as you rightly stated, we are in the home region of the president, John Dramani Mahama. And it's been excitement, even right from the day of election till today. The people of this region are excited that Ghanaians have again given their uncle, their son, their brother another opportunity to rule Ghana. So they are happy with the opportunity Ghanaians has given to their brother and then their son and uncle as well. They just hope that John Dramani Mahama will not disappoint Ghanaians.
Okay, so I know you spoke to some people, the ones you're saying are excited about the election of the president and, of course, his inauguration today. I want us to watch that, and then I'll come back to you for us to continue with our conversation.
Okay. A nursing student. As our seniors have completed and they are sitting in the house for some years, as we've gotten a new president, we wish we should post our seniors so that we, the juniors, will not complete and come and sit or come and join the queue. Yes. So as far as we finish completing now, to post S2.
I would say my expectations from the president is that there should be like a creation of jobs for the youth. And if the jobs are given, okay, John Mama is not where he is just because of a particular group of party or a particular group of people. So now, as Job is a president, he's a president for all. Okay, so if the jobs are given to us, because those our voices cannot be heard, that's why we have people that represent us. So if they are representing us, they shouldn't just limit it. When the jobs are given, they shouldn't be giving it to like a particular group of people. Okay? If the person deserves it, why not? If the person can occupy a particular seat, why not? So the jobs they are going to be creating shouldn't be limited. Okay? If a person is qualified for a seat or a person is qualified for a particular job, they should give it to us, because John Mama is not just a president for a particular party. He's a president for what? For Ghana as a whole. Thank you.
John Dramani Mahama, we have trust and believe in him. That is why we gave him the overwhelming victory in these elections. And we believe that the promises he made, he will be able to fulfill them, because he has never been a president before. And so, for that matter, we strongly believe that he can, and we have seen his works during the time he was the president. He promised us of a regional hospital, and we hope and believe that we can get the regional hospital. He promised us of giving us access to potable water. That has been a very big and a very long time promises. Politicians come and go. People come to Kaswad and go. But we believe that John Dramani Mahama becoming the president, we hope and believe that we can get the water or the access to potable water he promised us. John Dramani Mahama and the promises he made, he has never been the president. I mentioned this earlier on. And we strongly believe that as he has never been the president, he has worked before. We have seen his work. And we strongly believe that as we have given him the mandate, he can fulfill the promises he made. The main reason why I in particular, I voted for him is because of the loot that has happened within the previous government. If he's able to, take the money or most of the money that have been looted by the previous government, I think he can work. The $58 million that have been used at the in the name of the National Cathedral, the $12 million used at the Palogo Dam, I think those money and other cases or other cases of that have been fraud that has been associated with our money. If we are able to, take all those money, I think Ghana will develop.
Residents there speaking from the region of President John Mahama. From the president's region, let's go to the central region, because that's where the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, is also from. And we have our man, Kwesi Addo, also on standby for us. Kwesi, just tell us where you are and what the people are saying.
Okay, so this is Kaswa in the central region. And I should say that this is an atmosphere of utmost joy and pleasure for the people here, because they've got to have the vice president of this country coming from this very region, the person of Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. And so at the various commercial centers and on the streets, there are some wild jubilations earlier on when I thronged to some principal streets as well as commercial centers of the Osusenya East municipality. And so I have been engaging some residents, and they are telling me that they are very happy and expecting that once the vice president is coming from this region, they are expecting that the region sees massive progress in the next 4 years, as well as they are expecting the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to lay down measures that would ensure that the general economic situation of the country blows on and ensure that people who engage in various trading activities are able to maximize profit. And so let's listen to some residents of the Okutenya East municipality here in the central region.
Oh, Uncle President, so let me start on this, take this opportunity to thank Ghanaians, those that they voted massively for NDC party, and then those that also, especially our leaders, our opinion leaders, that they come, they use down, and these things has been happening very nicely for us. This today's inauguration is a special one. As a citizen and then as a central region residence member, we heard that Ghanaians, we all team up to swear in a new president. Uncle President, I can tell you with the fact that I'm more than extraordinarily happy. I don't know exactly what to say. Actually, even the peaceful swearing that they did yesterday to date, I've not slept, and my eyes are clearly watching this occasion. And I can see, for me, Ecuador and the people of Central Region, we are very happy, and we proud for the new president, on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We know why it depends about saying him. Into Umra, now for the policy, no, I'm going to continue my hand. We are more happy. We are much happy, especially the peace and the peaceful election and everything that they have done for us. Thank you, Anga Kwesi.
And me beside your mama say I'm funny sisukwa. Number 12 say nyaji kwa. Sebi prince nyaji mi fo. Ye na ye tane chance na wanya ni sikedi. Nti wa besui ye market women ye tilapia association ye di aslede kesie ni enimdie kesie tu na enim se ye di chew pa efri nyankopɔ ho man se ombra Galilea market no be ye bibi kesie ma na kasa ye kan enya se ye tu man keke no tin wo ye panichew Bibi papa be free ni mu abre wo tilapia market. Nyamenshira.
Meni aji papa mi akasa meni aji na mediti hano. Sansa jo mahama no waye bipe. No ba obasa be ye nti meni aji NDC die. Oye zu eyeza oye gam inu se ni nyoma na akika obush mu nyina oba batoa so aye ni ye nti na meni aji no. Oba yentina mani age because the eka obush mu nyina ele nyoma ne boa ya deni nyina oba betete so petro ninka ka ne tilapia first na ne boa nya de se ade se ne boa ya di papa nti oba nti tilapia ne nti na ye ni age so oba betete so ane nti na ye ni age no ye from Elizabeth Akumeni.
Indeed, excited residents there from that part of the country. I'm wrapping up with you, Akwesiado. Obviously, the people are excited, like I just said, but what more can you tell us on this very occasion?
Okay, so on this very occasion, let me say that the expectations are quite high because we do know that most parts of the central region can be classified as being part of the four of the forest areas of the country. And so the people in these areas are expecting that as quickly as possible, the incoming government takes steps to ensure that they send development to those areas, just so the people can have some sort of improvement in their life. And remember, the central region did not just vote massively in the presidential elections in the favor of John Dramani Mahama, but also in the parliamentary election. The central region was benevolent enough to give a total of 18 seats to the National Democratic Congress. And we're talking of a region that has just about 23 seats, and then with 18 going to the NDC. It tells you that clearly the people of the central region have given an overwhelming, support to the NDC. And so they are expecting that the NDC put in place measures that would inure to their benefit.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Akwesiado, reporting live from the central region, the region of the first female vice president of the country, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. But after the inauguration, we also had the reaction of some of the dignitaries that graced this occasion. I want you to watch this.
In women empowerment, and I am very happy to see the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, and I'm glad we are seeing women who are breaking the glass ceiling here. It is an indication that regardless of your gender, you can achieve whatever heights you wish to attain with determination and perseverance. I am here to support her as a woman, and me being a beauty queen, I stand for everything women. That's basically why I came for today's event. So I want to tell all Ghanaians that apart from, if we put our party colors aside, we are all Ghanaians, and the most important thing is for us to wish for a better country. So I will entreat everybody to rally behind this government so that we get to see the change that we have been praying for all this while.
I cannot be less excited than to see this happening today, because I gave all my heart and making sure that this will work, because this is the only thing I was looking for. Because over the years you keep recording songs for President Mahama, and then your opponent is using the song teasing you. But this year God didn't disappointed us, so we thank God. I'm really, really happy. In fact, I was in tears when he was being shown me, and I'm really happy seeing this happening. The only advice that I will tell President Mahama is that whatever promises that he promised the youth of Ghana, he should do his best to fulfill it. He should just do his best to fulfill it, because the whole Ghana is green. It shows that Ghana has gained a second independence. And I'm happy I'm part of the second independence. The first one I wasn't there, which is with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But today, I am here. Me too, I come some.
Will you be singing songs solely for just NDC, or you will do some for MPP at a point?
I told them that I'm there. If they want me to record a song for them, they should come. But I think they were a bit scared, so they couldn't approach. Those that came forward couldn't come again. So
that means Mahama came to you to record the song for
yeah, he called me. He called me, sat with me, discussed with me what is happening, what is going to happen. That was way back in 2022, 2023 as well. And here we are.
Because the song was very detailed. It had all the promises that they had said in there. Thank you so much for the good work done.
You're welcome for the opportunity.
Having the first female vice president of Ghana is such a momentous achievement for us, for all Ghanaian women. Considering the fact that we recently signed the affirmative action, and then now we have a first female vice president, is really significant. It sets the bar high for what women and girl child in Ghana can achieve, and I'm very, very proud of this achievement. With respect to this government, we're hoping that they can correct some of the wrongs that has been done. We're hoping that they'll be more accountable. They've been in power before, and of course we've seen those that just went, so we're looking for more accountability in the administration, transparency and accountability. We're hoping that any corrupt actions that were perpetrated in previous governments will be taken account of, and those that cause financial loss to the state would have to bear the consequences of their actions. And we're expecting a lot from them in terms of development, in terms of, as I said, accountability, ensuring there's no corruption. And the president has rightly said in his speech, and so we're hoping that he'll have the right advisors amongst around him this time around, and he'll select the best ministers and appoint appointees to help him execute his plans for Ghana.
Today, Ghana has the first female vice president, which is very significant. You know that the president has so many policies, especially the Women's Bank, that will improve the economic empowerment of women in Ghana. So today, we are very grateful to have a female vice president who will be the mouthpiece of all Ghanaians and the young girls in Ghana and the upcoming young women who will take careers in politics.
My advice to the president, newly president, and the parliamentarians, that they have to listen to advice. When Ghanaians are saying this is not going well, please immediately change it. That's what the former administration did. They were not listening to Ghanaians, but they were following their own. You know, you cannot rule a country by now not listening to your fellow Ghanaians. So newly President Mahama, please, with the greatest of respect, listen to Ghanaians, even including the opposition. Whatever they will say is not going through, with immediate effect, President, do it. So they will help you to build a better Ghana we are all looking for.
We only want to thank Ghanaians for the massive tsunami they give to the elephants. And we are here to work and make sure the youth of this country and all Ghanaians come back to board. Ghana is here to work again. Let's expect the 24-hour economy. This is a game changer. All the former students, all the students that are not getting jobs, all the people, traders, whatever, they should come on board and make sure this government will succeed and Ghana will make sure everything will be okay. And we thank Ghanaians for voting for the NDC.
We know that now we are fully represented as women in Ghana. And also this time governance, they will definitely consider women our needs, and then we'll be okay because we have a lot of challenges as women. So moving forward, we believe in Professor Jainano Pokwajimen, and we know that definitely she will be a cornerstone, she will be the light, she will be the pathway for we, the women now, and then women yet to be born.
We admire her so much, and we aspire to become like a running mate. And so we urge all women out there that this is the challenge to all of us, and we have to rally behind her for her to work and her work to be a successful one in the life of Ghanaian women and Ghana at large. So to us, it's a great day. Our expectation for today has been met. And to Ghana, we say congratulations to all of us, and God bless all of us for this remarkable day.
We respect Dr. Mahama very much, and we believe in him. And my first time listening to Dr. Mahama was at the 71st United Nations Summit when he gave a speech, and he mentioned Michael Jackson. You know, initially when he started the speech, everybody was wondering what is he talking about. But at the end, it was a concern for him, because of the music that Michael sang, Heal the World, you know, and that's what we are looking for, peace in the world. And I want also Africans, we should understand what's going on today internationally in the world, so we should give our leaders chance. It's not easy when a leader comes in, things are not going to change overnight. It's whatever is going on is a global disaster we have in the universe today. So I want my fellow Ghanaians and all other African countries, my family, even back home in Sierra Leone, to at least give our leaders the time, you know, for them to do the work.
We are very grateful. We, the women too, we now have a say in Ghana. She's there to talk on our behalf. What is good for us, as she promised that she's bringing the women bank. I know she will definitely do it, and then we'll also benefit, and our kids, and then where everybody will benefit from it. We are very grateful.
This John and Jane ticket gives us hope, because we work for it, and we believe one of the policies that John and Jane put on the table, which is very much inspiring with the rest of the community, is the National Apprenticeship Program. Because most of our boys in the ghettos are not working. They only spend most of the time wasting away in the ghettos. And so we believe that this opportunity is for them to build a skill for their future life. That is why the Rasta Caucus, we are mobilizing ourselves and supporting John and Jay, because we believe that policy is meant for us. So I'm challenging every Rasta man in Ghana here, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, come forward, come and join the Rasta Caucus. We have a scholarship package for everybody. Anybody want to learn a trade, you want to go to school, any skill you want to acquire, the caucus is very much ready. Nana Jane is our chief patron. She's been pushing that all over to this very moment.
Rasta Caucus, as you heard him say, those will be reactions for you from the Black Star Square after the inauguration. Different views coming from there, particularly the ones about the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, being the first female Vice President for the country. I'm coming back to you, Bella, to continue with your conversation over there.
Well, indeed, thank you very much. And very interesting sentiments being shared by the attendees of today's inauguration ceremony. And I wasn't expecting the man of God to just increase his tempo like that. I know, right? But he said something very profound. Yeah. You need to listen to the people. And
but you heard, I mean, when he was talking, Comrade was saying he doesn't want investigations. The moment you hear that somebody has done something, just...
Oh, I mean, of course, you need to give a fair hearing when it comes to these things. But especially, and I think e-levy will be one of the best examples to always give. Because you measure the sentiments of Ghanaians, and they kept saying that they didn't want it. Yeah. But every time we had conversations, especially with the communicators, they would ask you that which Ghanaians are you talking about? Because the Ghanaians they have spoken to have said they want the e-levy. Now we've seen the results of the elections, and clearly a number of people were not happy with the passage of the e-levy bill as well. They want it scrapped. And it's one of the things that President Mahama says his government is going to address.
And at the end of the day, they didn't even achieve what the government then wanted it to achieve.
I mean... So, let's see how it goes. But let's go into the 120-day conversation and the social contract with the people of Ghana to understand better exactly what it is that is doable. And in fact, if all these 26 social contracts that have been put in this document will be achievable in the next 120 days. In fact, as it stands now, 119 days, because day one is officially today. And so he says that he's going to nominate within the first 14 days a complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval, constitute the leanest and most effective and efficient government under the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days, and establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all governments. There's going to be a national economic dialogue. And then within the first 90 days in office, they're going to scrap the following draconian taxes: e-levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, and emissions levy. First 90 days, they'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agri purposes. 24-hour economy, they're going to commence the drafting needed for legal amendments and prepare for the implementation of 24-hour economy. There are 26 of them. I cannot run through all of them, but these are some of the promises that have been made within the first 120 days, and Ghanaians are looking forward to it. But Comrade, I'm going to start off with you. I mean, are these really achievable? Because I listened to President John Dramani Mahama when he was addressing, and he says that one of the things that is needed as well is honesty with the Ghanaians, when it comes to governance. You need to let them know what is possible, what is not possible. In this case, are these going to be possible, all 26 of them, in the first 120 days?
Well, Bella, trust matters so much in politics, and if there is a will, there is a way. When my big brother was, making his submission, he did indicate that President Mahama is such a unique person in our body politics. I don't think there's any politician in this country who is more experienced as President Mahama. Experienced in the sense that he had been engaged in all, our political life, our political sphere, from the assemblyman, which is the lowest, if you like, of the local governance structure, to a member of parliament, to a deputy minister of state, to a minister of state, to a vice president, to a president. Unfortunately lost elections, and then he is back. If there is anybody who understands, if you like, the dynamics of our body politics, is President Mahama. President Mahama didn't just speak. President Mahama had a team of outstanding, individuals who, went into some of the promises he made and gave their advice. And those things are things that President Mahama himself knew. And these experts who also looked at it came to one conclusion, that there are things that can easily be done. In terms of the appointment, I believe that President Mahama has his list already, and nobody around President Mahama knows who is going where. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
But he has his list.
Of course, he certainly would have his list. I mean, nobody knows, unlike in the past where people can easily tell that this person is going this. Even those they say they are going here, you have interactions with them, say, Charlie, my brother, I don't even know. Nobody has any idea where he or she is going. The good thing is that President Mahama knows everybody in NDC. He knows the strength of every single member of the NDC, particularly, those who are engaged in the profound NDC politic, and he understands everybody. I think that even those of us in Parliament, President Mahama knows every single one of us, except maybe perhaps the new ones who are coming. And he has his vision, he has his agenda to prosecute, and he knows who at any point in time can serve where. Yeah. So that, for me, I don't think that is something that is difficult. He reiterated same when he met us that he's going to honor his promise. Okay. There are a lot of people in NDC who had problems with the number of ministers President Mahama promised he was going to run, this country with.
The 60 ministers? 60 ministers.
You see, and shockingly, you have our friends in MPP who are now questioning the number. Dr. Bawumia gave 50. After President Mahama said he was going to run a government of 60, Dr. Bawumia said he's going to run a government of 50 ministers. President Mahama didn't just speak. He had a serious, well thought through of the things and the kind of administration he wants to have. And he certainly will be able to do that. I mean, some have even argued that in this country we can run, lesser ministers than even 60 if we really want to have, this country moving forward. If you look at the other promises, for me what is so interesting is the academic fees that will not be paid by first-year students. Every single one of us who have had some tertiary education, particularly those of us who are not from wealthy homes, the most difficult aspects of your education is your first year. Because first year, apart from the fees you pay, there are a lot of expenses that you'd have to buy a lot of things. So if you observed, the subsequent years, you may not spend as much as you would have spent in your first year. So for the academic fees to be taken off, that would be a profound, ease of burden of students and families and parents whose wards are going to gain admission into tertiary institutions. And mind you indicated that it includes even private institutions, technical institutions, traditional universities and others. And for me, that is something that easily is doable. Code of conduct. The code of conduct, this is not the first time President Mahama, is making that as a cardinal principle, that comes with his governance. I remember when he was in office between 2013 to 2016, there was a code of conduct. But you see, on the issue of corruption and the willingness and the preparedness to fight it, President Mahama has demonstrated beyond any leader under the Fourth Republic. And I have said, show me one single person under any MPP government in the Fourth Republic where they prosecuted their own. One person. President Kufuor never did. Malam Issa was not an MPP person. Malam Issa was a PNC man. He was the only person who was prosecuted. But President Mahama, even in matters that he himself instructed, some investigations to be conducted into those matters because there was some information. He got that people were engaged in some illegalities. He instructed the National Security in the quiet to do investigation. The investigation occasioned a prosecution of certain individuals and convictions were actually, meted out against those individuals. Honorable Abuga Pele, my former boss, unknown to many people, he and President Mahama virtually grew up together. And they had an outstanding, relationship. President Mahama didn't say, because Honorable Abuga Pele is my brother, and some comrade, he went ahead, instructed that some investigations be done into the matter. And we all know what came as a result of the investigation on on those individuals. Tell me, President Nanado couldn't investigate a single person when there were plethora of allegations made against individuals in his government, including his own children. He didn't do that. So when President Mahama promises that he's going to ensure that corruption is not or ceases to be attractive in this country, I don't think that there should be any doubt in anybody's mind that he's going to achieve that.
So, for example, the implementation of the no academic fee policy. I know that for most universities, the academic calendar starts in September?
Yes, September.
Exactly.
August,
so
September.
I should believe that we have first-year students in the universities at the moment, the public universities.
Yes. So it means that the next academic year will start.
So this is going to impact the next. So next September.
Yes,
so it's not going to be immediate.
Also
because he says they're going to implement this.
The budget would have to be read.
Okay.
And everything would have to be captured into it.
Okay.
And I guess the next academic year will be in September.
By
that time, the budget would have been. Look, Bella, take Kelny GVG. The state spent $1.5 million every month paying a company that does nothing. And they have never submitted a single report as to the so-called, theft that the telcos were engaged in. You think that it makes sense to be spending such monies on things like that? Look, one of the major ways by which this government is going to cut costs is to ensure that some unnecessary expenses are stopped. In this country, Bella, people have asked how we will be able to reduce the dollar against our domestic currency. Look, I am not an economist, but it's a simple law of demand and supply. 2016, Bella, we're spending about $500 million for the importation of rice and poultry products into this country. Today, we are spending over $3 billion. Importing something we have the capacity to produce. Now, if we are spending that much, if we're able to cut this by half, it means that we'll be saving this country over $1.5 billion. And we have done it before. In 2014, as a result of the policy interventions by President Mohammed's administration, we're able to reduce the importation of rice into this country by 60%.
Okay.
And increase the production, by 40%, and increase the production of local rice by 60%. Because it has become a major staple food that the people of this country eat. So if we have the capacity, the agri-mechanization centers, where every district will be provided with about 15 tractors, provided with other farm implements, people who want to engage in block farming, the state farm for you through those tractors and implements, give you the needed raw materials and other things to farm. So yours is just to use the strength, the God-given strength that you have, and the state will be willing to buy same. Take NADMO, for example.
And land on this for me, because
take NADMO, take buffer
I'm assuming
stock.
that you're saying we can save money from some of these areas and
of,
use that to fund these other policies.
A whole lot of. And if you look at the taxes that President Mahama promised that they are going to take away, all those taxes, they are not only nuisance, they are completely unacceptable tax regimes. Because if you have a tax regime that was initially put in to take care of something, the reasons why those tax regimes were introduced, those reasons are no longer existing. Yet, you continue taking those taxes. It simply doesn't make sense. COVID levy. The good thing that we may experience under this government is that Ukraine and Russia will now have a breathing space. We will no longer be pointing out. I listened to my good friend, Afenyo Markins, and he was talking about unemployment, and then he ended up talking about free SHS. And the untruth or misleading statement that have been made, unfortunately being made by the former president, that but for free SHS, over 5 million Ghanaians wouldn't have had education. Tell us the net. So when you argue that way, it means that but for free SHS, no child would have been going to secondary school. But if you tell us that but for free SHS, this would have been the number of young people who would be in secondary school. But because of free SHS, the number has increased to this. So it's the net that it should be. And the net proves around 1.something million and not even up to 2 million people.
All right. Musa, do you have any concerns or cares about the first 120 days of Mohammed's social contract and what you think are achievable and may not necessarily be achievable?
I've seen quite a lot of items on the list. And then the investigative aspect of it appear to be also heavily loaded. Some transactions that he needed to investigate. And I think if they are done well with good intentions, and we're able to streamline those contracts and probably find efficiencies, we could reduce our expenditure burden on the state. There are also those that bother around security. I also work on the claiming of innocent lives in the Chiman South and other places. I think those need to be investigated as well. But the e-levy to be removed, I think they have to do that by identifying savings of equal magnitude to be able to tell IMF that, look, because I think it's part of the IMF conditionalities, unless you bring something to the table, you can't take it away. So maybe if they're able to identify some savings, then I say, with this savings, we can take away the e-levy and then be able to get approval from the IMF. Also, look, he must focus on getting the economy running, on getting jobs for the people, whatever he does. And I believe he will not be distracted by these investigative things that will be done, because that shouldn't be part of what he should be focused on. There must be a team that focus on that, and he must focus on getting the economy running. Those taxes that are deemed to be hindrance to economic development, he should embark on removing them. Those levies on agric, It's a very, very critical component of our economy, and I don't think we have harnessed the benefit of that very well. We need to do that. Tax on machinery that will be necessary to enhance agriculture. Also, this mechanization is very important. I mean, if you compare how we farm in this country and how proper farming is done, you could see that, look, we are probably not doing the best as we should be. And I think when that is done, we could begin to see ease in food price inflation, which is a big component of cost of living in this country. Once food prices begin to stabilize over a period of time, you have people now becoming positive about their economic condition. And those are the things that determine the outcome of an election. If you cannot address that cost of living, trust me, next election you will lose it.
Okay, when Musa says, trust me, next election you lose it if you don't do A, B, C, and D, you need to listen because I'm sure that he's backing it with some research that has been done as well. But the issue about e-levy, for example, I don't know if Global Info Analytics has gone to town, you know, to find out if that's going to also impact in any way.
Remember when we did the first e-levy poll in, I think, April 2022.
Okay.
But we did it before it was approved, January.
Yeah.
We did the e-levy poll, and it was very, very unpopular. Now, if you look at the impact of the e-levy on people trying to outsmart the system, people try to find a way to avoid paying it because they see that to be excessive, and that could maybe hindering some other businesses that people are doing that involves the use of electronic money. And I think people generally want e-levy to go. As to whether they can take it entirely away or they will modify it to make it a bit less punitive, less burdensome for the people. I don't think people don't want to pay. Maybe the amount involved is quite significant.
They don't want to pay. As far as they're concerned, it should be scrapped. And that's a promise that's been made. So well, I don't know how Ghanaians are going to take it if they now come back and say we are modifying.
It's about looking at the whole package of electronic transaction.
Okay.
And see whether you can take it away from here and make it more on people who actually generate business using the e-levy platform. That would be more fair than people just sending money to their parents being taxed. I mean, those ones, I think they were a bit too far. And that was really the cause of MPP's downfall in the polls. The moment they approved the e-levy, trust me, that was when things begin to go pear-shaped for them. And they never recovered since.
I see. Well, let's hope that per the promises that have been made, the NDC will stick to it. But Lawyer Jantwa,
there's one promise I thought you should be interested in.
Is it the sanitary pad?
Yes. In fact, I have been a member of Parliament in a rural constituency before. At least you know I was the MP for Nanton. And it's amazing the number of kids who wouldn't go to school because they don't have the sanitary pads. You remember in 2015, 2016, when we wanted to give sanitary pads to students, the MPP mocked it. And I can tell you, young girls, even in Tamale, I know NGOs who are providing same. And the accounts I have had from some of these NGOs who are doing that, even in Tamale, they tell you that there are a lot of young girls who, because of shame, they don't have the kinds of things they use as sanitary pads. For me, it's something that is an outstanding policy, which implementation can easily
But you measure
be done.
concerns, and Lawyer, I'll come to you shortly, but you measure concerns, and most people are saying that why provide free sanitary pads when you can scrap the taxes?
You see,
and make it more affordable.
Even who determines affordability? There are some, even you see, some may see 100 Ghana cedis to be affordable. Some may see 20 Ghana cedis to be impossible to afford. So sometimes we use ourselves as a standard to measure the economic position and experiences of people. And for me, that is the challenge. So the idea of removing the taxes and making it so-called affordable, that itself can exclude a chunk part of Ghanaian young girls who otherwise would have loved to have those things. So if the state can intervene in that matter, why not? So that you make it accessible to everybody. Look, and I don't want to mention the name of the school, a tertiary institution in my constituency. I went there to meet students before the elections. And then my woman organizer said, oh, this is what we want to do. And they were happy. And do you know, after we left there, a week getting to 2 weeks, they had to call to remind us to get the sanitary pads for them. Tertiary institution. We had to buy those. Now, imagine young girls who are in primary school and in GHS, who may not even have the ability, the capacity to afford. So for the state to provide same for such girls, I think that is something that is extremely loud.
All right, let me bring Lawyer in, because I've seen that you've also written down some numbers with regards to the...
eavesdropping.
Well, I didn't mean to, but you're so close to me, I didn't have a choice. And so I'm sure you'd run us through why you've written down these points.
Let me start from the e-levy. For me, it was theft of the people's money. I didn't see how. I have money on my Momo account. I've paid taxes on that money, and you're coming in to dip your hands into the people's money. I thought it was theft of the highest order. Now, you then ask the question, if that is the case, what can they do to be able to probably replace the e-levy? If they do an efficient toll booth system, they'll be able to get the amounts of money they are looking for. Once upon a time, I used to run a toll booth at Adome Bridge. This was in early 2000s. I came with a gadget which I introduced to GHA. And it was a gadget where you place under the tarmac and you can connect it into your computer. Any vehicle that passed, it counted it. Any vehicle that passed, it counted it. So you can relate the number of cars, and it will tell you the weight of vehicle 2 that has passed. And you can then relate it to the amounts of money you're getting. If they have an efficient toll booth system, and they toll the roads that they know has heavy traffic on them, at this present moment, Ghanaians are not adverse to paying tolls. Use that to create money.
When you brought that machine, what happened? Did they adopt?
They didn't want to know.
Oh.
Yeah.
This was in
Because it would expose corruption.
Yes, they didn't want to know.
Oh.
And I was because the people who were manning my toll booths, I had to go there every day to make sure I check. And this was at Adome Bridge. And so I needed a system whereby I would be able to monitor highway station. This was way back in 2000. Now, if 2000 we had that kind of equipment, this time round, there are better equipment. So they should try as much as possible to get efficient equipment for the toll booths.
I see.
Now, to my numbers, I put down 4. Hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. This particular issue will bring up a lot of things. A lot of things. And please, President Mahama, if you're going to hold this economic dialogue, televise it.
Okay.
Televise it. Make the people part and parcel of governance. A lot of things we should stop doing that we've done in the past and try and hide it underneath a bushel and make it look as if, oh, there's national state security, so we can't discuss it. Haven't the people voted for you? The people have voted for you massively. Televise it. Let the people understand. Let the media take some of the issues and discuss it. People get to understand it. People get to know about it, and they become part and parcel of governance. What does that do? It helps the education of politics of our people, and it raises their belief, confidence in government. But I think this particular point of the economic dialogue is very, very interesting.
Okay.
Then I go to 3. I should have gone to 3 first. Establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. That is not going to be easy. Mindset. Before you can establish this kind of conduct, you've got to be able to change the mindset of the Ghanaian.
How do you do that?
That is the $1 million question. How do we begin to change the mindset? Maybe this code of conduct, the conditions of this code of conduct should be something we should start educating children with. Because we need to change the mindset. They say if you want to see the caliber of a people, see how they drive. Go to Italy, see how the Italians drive. Go to Nigeria, see how the Nigerians drive. There's always mayhem. It's a good thing, but is it achievable? it has to be achievable, because if you don't change the mindset, it becomes very difficult. Look at under the bridge at Circle. Even when you put things there, what do people do? The new one that was opened by President Akufo-Addo, what happened there?
The Spintex overpass.
Spintex overpass. Who the regional minister had to go and beat people,
destroy
their things, and later find money to go and pay. Mindset. So this is connected to mindset, and that mindset has got to do with all Ghanaians. We should be prepared to think otherwise and think country first, and be more patriotic about things of the country than more patriotic about our own things.
But you see, you're talking about the fact that we should start from the children, which is great. But these government officials who are already in power, what do we do to them? Because we need to ensure...
I'm saying we should be able to start from zero, but we need to ensure that the civil servants, we need to try and reorientate their mindset.
It's going to be a tough one.
It's a tough one. Because the civil servants are the one, when you come in as a minister, you come in as... They are the ones that, Oga, this is what we do here. This is what we do here. And so if you have a minister or somebody who has got bad intentions to make money, then what happens? It never changes. And then what then happens? You will tend to change everybody. And that is one thing we should try and stop. Where a new government comes in, they will change everybody in the ministry, forgetting that Ghanaian taxpayer has paid these people to be trained for 4 or 8 years. You're taking them all away, and you're going to spend more money. So it's not going to be an easy thing to do. But he has put it there because he knows he can do it.
Okay. Can I ask, I want your clarification. Is it an issue of changing the attitude of people? It can't be an event, it's a process. But don't you think that, for me, the focus should also be on the political will of the president himself? If the president makes corruption unattractable, and know that, like he did in the matter of Abu Gapile and Co., that it doesn't matter whether you belong to my party or not. Once you engage in such acts and it is investigated, I won't give a hoot as to whether you belong to my party, whether you have a force and influence or not. The law would have to deal with you. And for me, the political will is sine qua non to correcting some of this. If you change the attitude of people and the leader is unwilling to demonstrate that political will, you would have a lot of
then what are you a leader for?
So that is why I'm saying that the political will, because you yourself, I remember when Mr. Musa Dankwa said about corruption to stop, and you said it can't be stopped. You retorted it can't be stopped. So the political will of the president is very, very important, because it can't be stopped. And if I can borrow President Kufuor's words, corruption started from Adam. Deal with those. Unfortunately, why we had this permeating through the fabrics of our society is that we had a president in the person of President Nana-Addo who was not willing to deal with those who engage in it. As a matter of fact, he was urging them on. But if you know that you have an appointment under this government, you get engaged inside, that itself serves as a social check on your conduct.
Now, totally agree. I don't think President Mahama himself would be interested in making sure that corruption is checked. However, and this is what I keep saying, he should have a fifth eye to look at those people he appoints. It's key. It's key. But I also think if you introduce technology, especially in payments and things that you do with money where physical cash is not involved, it will help bring corruption down gradually. And if that is the case, then we have to make sure that the telcos that are in here, they can bring prices down, because at this present moment, just data can be very expensive. The fiber backbone, did this government put any new ones in? I know President Mahama did the Eastern Corridor. They didn't. All these things need to come into play to be able to get an efficient way of handling corruption. Corruption can be done in several ways, but I think the most efficient way right now is to digitalize most of these things and make sure that your appointees understand what you're trying to do, and make sure that they don't also get involved in there. Now, 13, which is a big one, institute inquiries and or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest: the collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion, illegal printing of money, the 58 million National Cathedral scandal, illegal and inflated single source contracts, COVID-19 expenditure scandal, PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts deal, 13 African Games, Skytrain, Palugu Dam, Madsets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators and tricycles, Sputnik V, bus scandal, and others. Now,
that's a lot.
This puts into focus what Afenyomakin said, that you touch one, you touch us all. How will that be possible if really and truly people within the previous government are found culpable of some of these things?
And we don't want, if we touch one, we touch all.
Yes, if you touch one, we touch
all
all
of you.
But was he referencing this in particular?
But what is this? What is this? Bank of Ghana. Haven't you touched one? Isn't the governor of the Bank of Ghana, wasn't he appointed by President Akufo-Addo? Is it not one? COVID. What is he talking about? He said COVID-19 expenditure scandal. Who was that? Kenoforiata. Are you saying that? PDS. Yes. PDS, the vice president himself. Yeah. The vice president himself. So, it should be a situation where I believe the MPP should look at the overall benefit to the country. If what they're trying to do is not going to be a witch hunt, but it is clear, terms of reference are stated clear, the issues they feel contribute to this, the 25 billion that they're talking about, the collapse of indigenous banks. If it is true, then let the law take its course. This bit about we are squeaky clean, you can't touch one whilst we want to. No, we should stop that. Because if we say it's a new dawn and it's a new thing we are doing, let's go through with it. I don't think everybody, it's not everything in here, because I have investigated the Palugu Dam, 12 million, and some of the results I've got from that is ultra various to what we are thinking of.
Okay.
Because I went to the water people, I got the information, found out exactly what that money was used for. They showed me pictures, they showed me evidence of how that money was used. Okay. So it's not everything in here that might cross that barrier of corruption.
Okay.
So
are you saying then that
the almost $12 million thing was done by the Auditor General.
Yeah.
They would have gone through all the things you are talking about, and they came to conclusion that they could not find any reason for which the money. And in any case, the governor of Bank of Ghana himself, because remember that the report was that as final payment. So if you spend about $11.9 million, no matter what work they did, at least you should have seen some progress, not even a heap of sand.
Well, let's see, because...
Not even a heap of sand. And this was done by a reputable institution such as the Auditor General. And in fact, the controller, I remember when my colleague, I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee, when my colleague asked the question, the controller officers, controller and accountant general officers were there because they effected the payments, and it was that as final payment for that project, whatever technical work that ought to be done for the Palugu Dam, it is ridiculous to spend about $12 million. And in fact, the MP, the one who asked the question, is now the former MP. He was then the MP of the area, not even a heap of sand that was there. I mean, we can't be spending money.
Let me just read what Jida had said, because I remember that the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, so they had released a press statement, and they said that the payments form part of terms of contract that required the contractor, Messrs. Power Construction Corporation of China, to be paid a total of $48.5 million as mobilization fee once contractor was able to provide advance payments guarantee from a reputable bank. The authority maintained that the $11.9 million paid so far represents about 25% of the total mobilization fee as per the contract.
Well, and what mobilization is happening there?
Well, I'm just reading what, Gina had said.
When was the money spent? How many years now? What mobilization? I mean, isn't that more ridiculous?
Well,
that such monies have been paid for some work to be done. Not a scintilla of that work has been done. Look, you see, and Mr. Gentwa, not to cut you short, if you take Francis Esiam on this cylinder manufacturing thing, the committee invited her, and after her response, mind you, the Public Accounts Committee gives you the opportunity to come and answer questions why you think that the Auditor General got it wrong in a matter of what you did at where and at any point in time. The MPP NDC members of the committee, after engaging her, we unanimously agreed she should be prosecuted. The report was submitted at plenary, and the entire House unanimously agreed to the reports of the committee. Mind you, the NDC MPP agreed she should be prosecuted. We brought it to plenary. Everybody agrees that to the report of the committee that she be prosecuted. How many years?
What happened?
Nothing. So that's why I'm talking about the political will. You need, and President Mahama has demonstrated that. So for me, in as much as there should be efforts to let people understand that, look, corruption is something that we must all run away from. It permeates through the fabrics of the Ghanaian society, from archaeology to zoology, from political appointees to religious leaders to journalists. But that political will, for me, is significant. And that is what President Mahama is promising the people of this country. Recently, President Mahama said, look, when I say that I will deal with people who are engaged in corruption, I'm not limiting it to only, former appointees, even those who would have appointments under my administration. So if there is that will, which I have no doubt whatsoever, even appointees will know that, hey, if you engage in such act, you will not be spared. But in the meantime, those who are engaged in that act ought to be dealt with. And that's why recently you had a religious
I gave you a small time of my time. You're taking all.
Because you're my senior brother.
I'll give you enough time so that you can get
a second edition of what you want to say.
A convincent has a message for you.
Okay.
He says Happy New Year, by the way. A convincent, good afternoon to you. Or is it evening already? Well, good evening to you. He says Mutala has to stop this. They keep peddling falsehood about the Palugu sites. Don't we pay for compensations before such sites are ready? Don't we pay for clearing and others? The half-truths must stop.
No clearing was done on that site. So he should tell us that the money was used for no clearing. The MP, in fact, I made that statement by saying that the MP of the area, who is a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and I'm asking a simple question. If you pay $12 million for whatever work, how much is the total cost? For the entire dam, not even a scintilla.
Let Lauren come in, because you said you had done some
from my work with Jida, there are pictures and everything to show how this was done. I don't want to come and sit here and interrogate it. President Mahama is showing commitment to do this. Let him do it, and let's see what comes out. Because definitely, Jida will come into the fray of this, because they are indicating that a lot of that money came through the projects that they were handling. So let's see. Now, let me go to 12, the sanitary pads issue. I think it is very important with these sanitary pads. I prefer calling them sanitary towels. These sanitary towels, that President Mahama looks locally first instead of looking at imports. I'm on the AGI. There are quite a number of companies who are struggling because of the imported sanitary towels that are coming
even
in.
After the tax on imported materials were scrapped?
Yes. The sanitary towels. Rice. We do basmati rice in this country. But because of the imports that come in, a lot of the rice institutions in Ghana are closing down. So for me, as best as this is, he should concentrate first on local companies. Anything here that has got to do with local companies, take it up. Because we need to build these local companies. With AFCTFA now, we can do massive exports. Because today, Do you know that a lot of countries landlocked come down here for refined petroleum products? They bring their tankers for refined petroleum products. So with these things, please concentrate more on the local companies.
Let me understand, and I'll let you come in, Musa. Please give me a minute, because I know that.
Let me finish my last one when you finish.
Yeah, well, we're still talking about the sanitary towels, because
okay.
you're saying they should focus on the local producers.
Yes.
But I thought that the previous government, just gone by government, had introduced the scrapping of taxes for the raw materials that are imported into the country, so that these local producers can get them, you know, at a better rate and produce them. So if you say that he should focus on them, what exactly should he do beyond what has been done?
It's not all of a sudden that they scrap taxes and then you start getting, you know, your returns immediately. You'd have to go through a certain, you know, time first before that comes into play. So enhance the local producer to be able to do this and do this efficiently.
Okay.
That is what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
Now, let me go to 24. 24 says, initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Pong dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta, Eastern and Greater Accra. Now, for me, this is quite a difficult one. And maybe it is more on the processes of how the spillage was done. Because if that spillage wasn't done, the entire Akosombo Dam will be compromised. And at the time, I went to the Volta Dam. I stood on top of the Volta Dam, saw the spillage. And when you see the rush of water, if those gates weren't opened, it would have caused a major disaster. And so, if it is got to do with how people were flooded, whether notices were given, what it is VRA did to make sure that the people in that area were notified, those are the things we need to investigate. And apart from that, we have to compensate. No two ways about it. We've got to compensate. And if we would clear that area, is it possible? Is it possible that route where flood waters have to come through, it is something that we can work on it and clear? Let's look at it.
That's a vast area. We're looking at people who have homes.
It is a vast area.
In some of
then
these
we
areas.
should try as much as possible to see how we channel the waters. Because that's a huge mass of water. And right now, you can't really tell climate change, what can happen. Look at what is happening in America today. Look at what's happening in Europe today. Massive floods, massive snow. We would face that with rain. Even in Accra, it's beginning to rain. In my area, it rained 2 days ago. So the climate change, and this should be something that we look at the holistic challenge of climate change and look at, okay, what are some of the areas? How can we handle some of these waters? Most importantly, Bagri Dam. How do we handle it? Because look, if the Burkinabés decide to dam the Bagri Dam, you're in trouble. Yeah.
I think with this relationship President Mahama has with this leaders,
well, whatever they would bring their interest in first before they think of us. But it is something we should look at. And if this particular situation is a situation we can look at and come to conclusion, and I don't think it's everything on here that you would say is prosecutorial, where we would have to prosecute people. Maybe we need solutions to some of these problems that would help us do it better when these things happen. Then the last one has got to do with the vigilante bit, where they are. Yeah, no, where it says 21, it says, commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements. I don't think it's all militia and vigilante elements alone.
What else?
We know that the former government packed the security services with its people. Yeah. And for the security services, it's an area where you need a lot of expertise, a lot of technical people. If you're using that to create jobs for these people, then maybe what should be done is we need to train these people better and take the politics out.
Okay.
Politics needs to come out of security because security is for all of us. It can't be for one party alone trying to control. But the results of this, in terms of if we investigate, should be made known to the people. And I'm not trying to witch hunt. If the previous government have done things that went right, we should learn from it, but those who need to be punished have to be punished.
All right. Let me bring Musa in quickly because I don't know if it was the sanitary towels you wanted to speak
Yeah, there were
on.
two points on sanitary pads. I think they have to play it very carefully. Whatever support they give, it must go to local companies to be able to produce more, create more jobs. But in doing so, what tools can they use to avoid kind of conflict between trade liberalization and those kind of things?
They should come to AGI.
So
they should sit with the AGI.
That they can do that.
Because a lot of these people are on the AGI. And
then secondly, on the Akosombo Dam, I think for me, it was a failure of management, risk management system in the management of VRA. Look, we live in a world where modelings are used to determine the level of disaster and what impact it would have. I couldn't believe that the VRA couldn't assess at what level the dam should be allowed to exceed before opening gate 1, gate 2, gate 3. I mean, dams are not new. They are everywhere in most places.
No, Musa, it had to do with a sharp change.
No, but it
and a sudden change in the weather.
It didn't look. There are tributaries that feed into the dam. They take level of water every day.
They did take it. So, they did take it, but all of a sudden.
No. It does not fit.
All of a sudden.
To be fair, let me go back to and I don't know if it was part of the reasons Frida Prempeh may have lost, her representation in her constituency during the MPP primaries. But I remember that she came out and said that the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, in fact, they had been informed that they needed to move away from those areas because there was going to be a spillage, and they refused to leave. I remember when she made that statement, she caught a lot of flack for it. But she came out and said it, that they had been informed because they had been told.
Bella.
And they still stayed until the end of the spilling.
How many gates did they open at once? Modeling could take. Modeling
I'm not sure how many gates there are.
They opened 3 to begin with.
You see, modeling could say that if we get this level, you could open 1.
Oh, they do all that. They do all that.
But we have.
They do all that.
Did they do that this time around?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Because they had even run tests with the people in some of the areas.
No, they didn't run tests of spillage.
Because it is something that they do all the time. They had gone into areas, spoken to chiefs. Spoken to quite a lot of people. That look, the likelihood of us opening the gates is very high.
But where were these people going to move to? Which is what they were asking. Because yes, Frida Prempeh did mention
where would they move to?
But these people were also asking us, where do we move to?
Higher ground.
Because in fact, as far as MEPED, they had gone there to inform the people. They said we did a simulation exercise. We came together to educate the people in the community. Yet they refused to leave. They didn't want to be evacuated.
And that was true. And that was true.
Isabella, you ask people to move. The question is, to where? Did the state put in the necessary measures to ensure that the people could be temporarily housed or accommodated, so that once the impending havoc of the spillage subsided, then the people could be sent back? So sometimes it's not about asking the people to move, but where will they move to? So if the state had put in the necessary measures, okay, move here temporarily.
The question to be asked was the state made aware? And if the state was made aware, what did the state do about it?
Yeah, the state was aware.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying that you don't blame, you don't seek to blame the people because you asked them to move and they couldn't move. But the question is that where will they move to?
Nobody's blaming the people.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about
the state should have been aware that this was happening, because I don't believe that VRA would know that this is happening and don't inform.
No, so NAPMO was aware.
Exactly.
Water Resources Commission was aware.
So what did they do about it?
They went into town to educate. That's the farthest they went. But let Musa land on the statement.
What I'm saying is that, look, if you look at states where, or in the countries where they have this disaster, they issue warning. And they issue evacuation order.
Yes.
It's order. and that they say, go here, go here,
We
go
have
here.
provided temporal accommodation here
Full
and there.
responsibility.
And that if you don't go, you can't hold us responsible for whatever happened to you. We don't hear such things under these circumstances. We just say, we are advised that this is what advice. You see, by first order to evacuate. It wasn't done.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, there's a point I think that we should also look at, because it generated a lot of debate in this country. If you check, I think that is it item 14, where the state would ban political appointees of purchasing state access. In this country, there is no one particular town or city that is insulated from the ripping of state lands by government appointees. You remember on this program, and even on the floor of Parliament, I filed several questions asking the Minister for Lands why state lands were being sold in Tamale. You get to Tamale West Hospital. If you check the traffic, and interestingly, all the hospitals in Tamale, the TTH, the Central Hospital and the West Hospital are all in my constituency. The traffic of patients in the Tamale West Hospital is even bigger than the Central Hospital. Now, the only structures that were available for health workers, they've sold them. So now you have instances where doctors who would have to be accommodated several kilometers away from the hospital. So anytime they need a doctor under any emergency, that doctor would have to be called to take minutes. And considering the fact that Tamale is now expanding, there was an incident where a doctor who was not on duty, and they had a special case. So usually, because doctors stay within the the confines of the hospital, if they have a special case and it's a doctor who is supposed to have the expertise to handle that, and such a medical officer is not even on duty, they can wake him up or her up to come and attend to that.
Yeah.
By the time that doctor got to the hospital, the patient lost his life. Now, this promise is not only about those who had purchased state lands unjustifiably. And for me, the position is that they should all be demolished. Those who intend to do so should also watch out. For me, it's a very important point that because if state lands were sold that way in the past, I don't think that they would have had the opportunity to do things for the state. Now, Tamale prisons, if you know Tamale very well, I remember when your reporters came before the elections, the prisons is located in the confines of the Tamale police service.
Okay.
Now, the only accommodation they have is about 800 meters or about 1,000 meters away from where the prison's yard is. All the accommodations, they asked them to leave. They informed me as the member of parliament. I informed the then Minister for Lands, Honorable Abu Jinapo. And initially he feigned, frustration and anger over that action and said he was going to ensure that the thing didn't happen. As I talk to you, they started demolishing the structures and people are putting up private, structures there.
And this is just recent?
Recent. You remember when even you came, is it the community
manifesto? I wasn't there. I think now Shoko was the one that was there, yes.
And they have those structures being demolished. Look, if you know Tamale very well, that lane up to the local government, and people are building. In fact, 2 weeks to the elections, they were building day and night because they thought that if MPP loses the elections, at least they would have had their structures. I think that those structures that were put illegal and unjustifiably should be demolished. It doesn't matter the size of the
Is that the GBC land area?
The GBC land area, and they were being sold by the NPP parliamentary candidate for Tamale South. And NPP communicators accused the gentleman on TV. And they certainly could not have done that without the knowledge of the Metropolitan Chief Executive and the regional minister.
Which power did he have to sell those lands?
That is the question.
Because those are state lands.
Because he's a friend, I'm told he's a friend to the Land Commission, whatever. But I'm saying that whatever the case is, whoever engages in that, whatever structure they put there, ought to be demolished.
So all these cantonment lands and
yes, they should be pulled down. Unfortunately, these lands are acquired by government appointees, and that is why you remember even on the floor when I said that they share government lands like they are sharing granules, and the minister got angry with all the promises. In fact, when I met the minister, he said I should write officially. I wrote the letter. I didn't even give it to my secretary. I went to the ministry myself and handed it over to the secretary, and I informed him, oh, we will stop this. and it never stopped. So no one can tell me that the minister was unaware of the way those state lands were being looted and distributed. I think that is something that the people of this country will be happy to see President Mahama enforce it, and I have no doubt in mind. All those who unjustifiably and illegally acquired state land, it doesn't matter what structures they put there, because they were warned. I think that those structures ought to be pulled down.
Well, I remember that Honorable Andy Apiakubi on one of the episodes, I think the episode right before elections, he came on the key points. Yeah. And he said that for him, one of the main areas that he hopes that the NDC government will focus on, I think it was after the elections, when NDC
no, before the elections,
would be the capture of state lands. Yeah. For him, that was one of his biggest concerns, because he had even made allegations that some of these very expensive state lands had been given for about 200 years. When, per the law, is supposed to be at the most 99 years lease. Yes. But there were people who were getting it for 200 years. And that was absolutely wrong. And so it's one of the things that he's hoping the NDC government would look at.
Well, let's hope they look at it. But one thing that is missing from here, and I don't know whether it is mixed under any of the pointers, is Galamsey.
Oh, is there?
It says 19. Yeah. Let me read. It says, ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves. It doesn't talk about mining on water bodies.
No,
but it goes further.
It goes further. It says, roll out Tree for Life and Blue Water Initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. Yes. That is the solution. That is the solution.
But it's not a fight.
Ongoing. Ongoing. How do we stop Shamfans and FPSOs on water bodies mining? How do we stop it? I think it should be a topic on this.
But in the NDC's manifesto, President Mahama made it very clear.
No, we are talking about 120.
No, I agree. I'm saying that, to be able to stop that, you agree with me that it's something that's a process. But within 120 days, these are the things we are going to do. I get what I'm saying.
We need to start the process on Galamsey.
No, but even this one is starting the process. Even this one, this action, is starting the process of fighting Galamsey. But we do know that you can't just fight it within 120 days. But these are the things we want to do within 120 days. But if you look at our manifesto, it's very clear what we're going to do on the matter of Galamsey. Look, you remember when the president and the MPP were arguing that we refused to pass certain laws they brought on the issue of Galamsey? And I'm saying that we have enough laws in this country that will fight Galamsey. What was lacking was the political will. Aisha Wang, what happened? You had the former minister for local government, my big sister, Ajia Alima, under President
the local government minister.
When she met MMDC, so on TV, she said, look, we know those of you who are engaged in Galamsey. And she was pointing at...
Ashanti even said it.
That we know you and that will come after you. So the MPP government, President Nanado, knew those who were engaged in Galamsey. They know them. If you have a regional chairman who will sit on national television and put gold bars, when they talk about money, it's not about what you have in bank. This is what we call money. My tree is not that good. But this is what we call money. Gold bars. Clearly. So the minister for local government knew, and there was no way she wouldn't have communicated same to the president, because she said, we know those of you who are engaged in Galamsey and will come after you. They never went after them. Perhaps maybe the four corners of the Flagstaff House were some of the places we had some of the beneficiaries of it. Because if the president himself promised that he was putting his presidency online.
And he comes back to say in the Sona that at the point when he said that he was willing to put his presidency on the line, he knew it was going to be a tough battle, and that's.
If he had,
it's one of the reasons why they lost.
No, you see, how about
in some of these?
You see, that argument should be told to the Marines when they said that because of that they lost in Galamsey, if you like, where in constituency areas. How about Accra? In the 2020 elections, they lost several constituencies in Accra. We have no Galamsey problem in Accra. It had to do with the corruption, maladministration, the gross and crass incompetence. That explained the defeat. So this argument of we lost because we fought Galamsey, and by fighting Galamsey, the people dealt with us in the elections. That is absolutely far from the truth. The reason why we have this Galamsey continuing under this government, and the fact that the president put his presidency online and didn't have the courage, the honor, the dignity to resign in serious democracies, President Nana-Addo wouldn't have ended his term. He would have resigned because he put his presidency online. All civil society...
He didn't understand that phrase.
Oh, he didn't understand?
He didn't understand it. If he understood it...
Wouldn't you have been surprised if he actually resigned?
Of course.
You see, and this is the thing about President Nana-Addo. He says one thing and does another thing.
Yes.
You said what? You are...
Prepared.
Wait, you said Parliament has brought you a bill. You said, no, I'm waiting for the court to make a decision. Then I'll decide. The court made a decision. Did he decide?
No.
Did he send it back to Parliament? Has he signed the LGBTQ?
He's waiting for President
Is he a president now?
He's waiting for President
No, but he promised us. Did he not promise us? We took his word for it and said, okay, let's wait for the court. The court, how many weeks haven't they given their verdict?
When they
did he sign? That should have been the last thing he did before, chilling out of the presidency. Even if you won't sign, send it back with your reasons so that the next parliament would have a look on it. Did he do it? He did not do it.
When they send the petition
and then what?
Against...
You want us to come and clap for you? And he didn't you.
Well, he's expecting that President Mahama
when they
will
send the
that.
petitions against Charlotte Osei, a petition that indeed was defect of the features of a proper petition, when we didn't even know the faces behind the petition, the president acted with the light of the speed of light. Yet this one, he is unwilling. So I'm saying that to say that Galamsey we fought it, for me, it was a slap in the face of democracy and sincerity in governance. Unfortunately, that was what was lacking. If the president was sincere to the people of this country and even said, look, I made a promise, I put my presidency on the line.
He said he was prepared to put his presidency on the line.
Oh, what does that mean?
Me, I attended Sato school, but I understood it to be putting his presidency on the line.
It's still read this.
He was prepared, but he didn't put it.
But he didn't put it on the line.
Did he say he was prepared? Or did he say he was putting his presidency on the line?
He was prepared.
No, he was prepared.
What does that mean?
If we pushed it, we would have put it.
If that way he would have resigned since it didn't go.
Pull it up what he said.
I'm actually pulling it up to see.
I thought he said he put his presidency on the line.
On the line, yes.
Let me pull it up and see. It should pop up any moment from now. Oh, he says, okay, wait, let me get the right quote. I am prepared to put my presidency on the line.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
I don't know, maybe.
Did you solve it? You are
maybe you're the ones who can explain.
Did you solve it? That means you really didn't want to do anything about it. You just did this to fox us.
How about Aisha one?
You know, this Galamsey issue, the polls we did prior to election showed that it was much bigger issue in the areas outside the Galamsey zone than in the Galamsey areas. In the constituencies where there are Galamsey, they are less concerned about their own plight.
Yeah.
But the rest of the country were quite concerned about Galamsey. And because probably they've heard from Ghana Water what effect Galamsey was having on cost of treating water and so on and so forth.
But those who live within those communities were less concerned.
Yes.
How is that so?
Because they couldn't know the impact of it.
And also probably direct beneficiaries of what was going on.
They are engaged in it as well.
Yes. But in fact, when I go to my hometown, I mean, it used to be a very good place to visit. The last time I visited, just about 100 meters from the town, there were two massive big pits with machines in the field by the roadside, with 2 army officers on patrol.
Where's your hometown?
Achima Primary.
That's in the eastern region?
They say within Akwatia, the Jambo district. It was shocking. Daylight Galamsey.
Military officers?
Yes.
Uniform, arm wielding military officers?
I was shocked. I was shocked. And we were not prepared to fight Galamsey. I mean, it was just a lip service.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. No, the Flagstaff House was the biggest beneficiary of the Galamsey.
Look, I used to, when I go to my mom, I used to get snail. You even get snail.
Yes.
Now you don't get them anymore.
You don't get snail.
The snails are vanished. They know water body is poison. So they don't go there.
The whole villages have been ravaged by this Galamsey thing.
You see, it will take time if you're going, look, there's gold everywhere in Ghana. everywhere in Ghana.
The way you're saying it, before we start mining in
the entire
because
landscape. My
I don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and there's a place in front of my house.
My father was local government minister in the PNDC. He showed me a map of the British calling Ghana the Gold Coast, and everywhere is splitted with gold. Alluvial gold, top soil gold, deep mine gold. That's why now people are mining in the north. Now, if we're going to do it, it is something people won't stop. So let's structure it in such a way that the youth and people who want to go into it can mine responsibly, and the country can gain money out of it. Because it is useless fighting and saying that we are banning this, and the people still doing it, and the people won't stop. Musa is just saying people in the areas crying, they can't be bothered because they are making money. So let's put it in a better formal structure, so that people are doing it legally. The gold is being sold legally, and money is coming into the coffers of government.
But there are certain countries, I think I read, I've forgotten whether it's Indonesia or something, where there's gold or diamond in some particular areas, a water park or so. But there's a law that bans anybody from even attempting.
The Amazon forest.
We can do that.
From even attempting to go and mine there.
Brazil.
Because they are preserving nature.
Listen, you know the first bauxite that the Chinese took from here? The first bauxite they took. You know what happened when they got to China? When the bauxite got to China, they didn't add it to the bauxite that they get from other countries. They extruded all the gold out of it first. Now, if they are able to do that, why can't we structure it for the benefit of Ghanaians? And I feel that are some of the things President Mahama should look at in structuring the gold industry to make it profitable and beneficial for Ghanaians. Because if it's done well, you want to try and get a small gold mine. We want to try and get a small gold mine because what? The whole country is covered in gold, and we also want to make some legal money.
In fact, we have even iron ore in a place called Sheni.
Oh, the iron ore, plenty.
Huge iron ore, commercial deposits.
Plenty iron ore.
Which was first discovered, if you like, by the Germans. When they came to the Togoland area, which includes areas around Yendi. They discovered a lot of iron ore. And maybe perhaps we need to be looking at
the hard extractives that we've got in this country are plenty.
Yeah.
And we've got to be able to section it in such a way that we know exactly where everything is. The Chinese, there's a particular type of hard extractive with the Chinese need. They've set up factories, and it is found in a particular area in Ghana. I know some Chinese companies who are interested in buying the entire land of that area because of that particular mineral. And that particular mineral, you see more of it in Congo. We've got some here, but it is in a particular area. All these things, we should do the research and make sure we know where these things are and start putting it in context. Because the money is here in Ghana. When Nanado said, it is true. But how do we make sure that this money, we can bring it up for the benefit of the people of Ghana? For me, that's where the challenge is. The people of Ghana, we need to benefit first than any other person. And if we have leadership that doesn't have that kind of mindset, then you get the foreigners coming in and taking it out.
If we have All Africa Games spend about $15 million on food alone, isn't that a worry? Look, the biggest challenge confronting us in this country is corruption. I mean, with all the policies, we have the expertise, we have the PhD holders, the professors to do that. When you have the policies, no matter how good and beautiful the policies are looking at, once you have corruption, it takes away everything. And once again, the political will. We have laws in this country that says that if you engage in ABCD, this should be the punishment. Why is it that we are not able to do it? You need someone to drive the enforcement of the laws. And if you don't have the political will to do that, we will sit here every day and lament. And to be very honest, for me, if we need to look at some of those things, I mean, how we can develop this country, the kinds of policy interventions we have, Unfortunately, it seems to me that we are not factoring in the defects of the implementation of those policies. And one of the major defects or attackers, if you like, to those policies is corruption. And you need the political will to be able to resolve that.
Define the corruption.
Eh?
Define the corruption.
I mean, taking that which you ought not take unjustifiably.
So there's that one.
No, not only that. Not only that. There's a moral corruption.
It is the personal interest one where the problem
I agree.
is.
I'm saying there's a moral corruption. There's a psychological corruption. There's a financial corruption.
No, we are interested in the personal interest one because what do? They take the place of what is the country's, and they take that for themselves, and the country suffers. So that personal interest one is where we should pinpoint.
Musa, let me just check with you because I'm sure you did some research in some of these mining areas. I don't know if you have your stats here, but did the MPP really lose in these areas because of the fight against Galamsey?
In the 2020 elections, according to data, no. The result doesn't suggest that they lost in the mining areas because of that.
Did they win the 2020 election?
They rigged it.
No. He's what do you? Did they win the 2020 election?
We are compiling data on how people voted per various series of polls that we've done over the last 3 years. We'll aggregate them and we'll come back and tell Ghanaians whether...
As to whether they won or not?
Yes.
But the EC gave the figures.
No.
So
we want to see, anytime we go to the polls...
I'm surprised the woman hasn't resigned since.
We ask people,
I'm really surprised.
Who did you vote for in the last election? Every time we ask that question.
You ask, yes.
So we're going to be able to
not only
aggregate all the numbers and say, okay, if you average all the responses for the last 2 years, does it show a clear winner for somebody or there was a different winner or there was a need for runoff? We'll come out with that data probably in the next few weeks.
I see. We're waiting for that. Yes, we need to know.
It's all part and parcel of the...
But as far as you're concerned, per your statistics, they did not lose in these mining areas because of the fight.
On the face of it, they won a lot of mining areas in the Western region.
So why did President Kufuor come and tell us that?
No, but Mr. Gentua, the point is simple. You don't need rocket science to tell you that story, that statement is utterly not true. How about Greater Accra? There isn't a single mining site in Greater Accra. Yet they lost heavily in Greater Accra in the 2020 elections. So this argument, because we're fighting Galamsey, we even sacrifice certain seats because of Galamsey. How about Greater Accra? So that argument, look, they lost because the government was insensitive to the plight of the people of this country. They were fantastically corrupt, and the corruption didn't... You know, when the chief comes home with weird haircut, what do you think his subjects will come home with? Topejo. And I'm saying that the Flagstaff House was a citadel.
Who's the Topejo?
Is it So the argument that the president unfortunately retreated same during the SONA, that because of our fight against corruption, our fight against Galamsey, we even sacrificed certain seats. At the same time, they allowed Ashawan to leave the shores of this country, which was an attack on the independence of our judiciary. You lost in certain areas that we don't have any problem of mining.
What did Professor Frimpong Boateng tell them?
Yes.
The report that he sent the president, how long did he stay on his table for?
Yes.
2 years.
Well, he's come out to speak on it, and they're not working with his report.
Okay, all right.
I mean, so...
Hence their loss. It's all part and parcel of their loss.
I don't think he has spoken.
They should learn from it. Look, all political parties should learn from this MPP loss. I kept saying, and I've said it over and over again, political parties in Ghana learn from the CPP. From where we were and where we have been, learn from us. Nobody wanted to listen to it. Now, this one, all political parties should learn from it. Because the people, from this point on, hey, we are the control. You try, you're out.
MPP says that it's just because their people didn't come out.
Let's see.
Which one?
This election.
Bella, there are people came out, but they couldn't do what they have been doing in previous elections.
Look, I think
there are people came out. They couldn't do what they have been doing.
What have they been doing?
They've been rigging the elections in their stronghold. There's no question at all about that.
Do you have facts to back?
When you have an elections where average voter turnout in the country is around 60%, and you look at MPP strongholds, and they registered 90% plus, you don't need any rocket scientist to tell you that that is not a reflection of what actually happened. I'm saying that why is it that in their strongholds, They register sometimes 90%, some almost 100%. Yet the average voter turnout in the country was less than around 60%.
Let me put that to rest for the final time on the issue that MPP lost because their people didn't come out to vote. In the exit poll we conducted, let me tell you, in the Savannah, half of the MPP voters who came out to vote didn't vote for MPP. Half, 50%.
Savannah region.
Savannah region.
Okay.
In the Western North region, 43% of MPP people who came out didn't vote for MPP. In Bono, it was 38%. Central, 38%. Voter region, 32%. Ahafo, 30%. Upper East, 23%. Eastern, 20%. Accra, 20%. Upper West, 20%. Western, 20%. Bono East, 9%. Northeast, 9%. Northern, 9%. OT, 6%. And Ashanti, 5%.
These are people who
are MPP
but didn't
voters
vote for them,
who came out to vote, but didn't vote for MPP candidate.
in this election. So this argument that their people didn't come out.
So they came out.
Yes,
They came out.
See, if we had had a higher turnout, this level of margins will be maintained. The number of people voting for Mahama will go up, but the margin will remain the same because it will not change the dynamics of how people are defecting. They were unhappy. So if they come out to vote, they will not vote as if they are happy. They will vote because they are unhappy.
And Bella, the NDC has never been prepared, more organized in any elections, as far as I'm concerned, than what we did in this election. The vigilance, the seriousness, the attention, the preparation, and frankly, I think that Dr. Omani Buama and his team did a fantastic job. Going forward, if the NDC now realize that, look, we need to be vigilant in every elections, we prevented them from doing the kinds of things they've been doing in previous elections. And will not allow that. And frankly, that is why I am surprised that there are certain officers at the Electoral Commission who demonstrated not just incompetence, but gross incompetence. They are still at office. I was thinking that by this afternoon, they would have been resigning.
Like who?
Jean Mensa, Bosman Asari, what's the name?
They are not done with it. They are not done with collation yet. There's still Ablekuma not left.
If you have,
now there's also an injunction.
If you have leaders of elections who indeed in the 2020 election they declared the winner of about 7 times. This one, look at the incompetence demonstrated by officers of the Electoral Commission. Isn't that enough for these people to just say, look, we have failed and move away?
You don't want them to finish the collation.
They want, look, even the collation, the recollation and collation demonstrated once again incompetence. They should move away.
So
some different people will come and handle that.
Musa,
or they want to be forced to jump.
Let me just check with Musa, because I know the NPP has set up a committee to investigate their election defeat for 2024. But clearly from the research you have done, do they need to now set up a committee to go into investigations?
Yes, they do, because they may have different angles they want to look at.
Which angles again? Because I know that the vice presidential candidate for the NPP as well, Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh, he granted an interview with City, I believe, where he said that one of the reasons they lost was also because of internal party conflict.
He was one of the reasons why they lost.
Oh, easy. Please hold on. Let me ask Musa.
He's not seeing what
Please hold on.
It is very clear why MPP lost. One, they lost from their own base. Their own base didn't vote for them. They lost heavily among floating voters. On the average, in some places, Northern region, 85% of floating voters in Northern region went for Mahama. If you go to Savannah, it's 81. Volta, 81. Greater, 80%.
Of floating voters?
Yes, across all the regions. The only regions MPP won floating voters were Ashanti region and Afo. Only in these two they won among floating voters. Everywhere else was a whitewash. They had a problem with their base, not motivated, disappointed with the performance of the government and of the president, to be very honest with you. And then they couldn't really connect to the floating voters. And as for NDC guys, they went out to queue and vote one way. And there was no way you could lose your own base in this magnitude. And lose the floating, who are the kingmakers in this magnitude, and expect different outcome.
So he's right when he says that it wasn't just economic challenges. Because there was more deeply rooted in unresolved internal conflicts
when you
and
ask
organizational flaws with the giant MPP.
Bella, the top 3 issues for voters in this election, number 1 was economy. Number 2 was unemployment. Number 3, education.
Okay.
And then when you ask them, okay, putting everything aside, what single issue would you use to determine who you vote for? Just one.
Economy.
They say economy. I mean, the economy was not in a good shape. So there's no way, I mean, if economy was a big issue, you could win. And again, if you look at the central theme of Bamia's campaign, it was not on the economy.
Yes.
They said digitalization is on the economy.
No,
it affects the economy.
They couldn't link the ordinary man to understand what impact that theme will have on job creation on the economy.
There was no way.
Digitalization was more to do with power.
There was no way they could link the digitalization to economy. No matter how beautiful your English or even if it's slang, the ordinary Ghanaian is interested in where he will get the next meal. The young person who graduated from university is interested in jobs. When unemployment was 15% in this country, sorry, it was 8.4%. Dr. Bawumia had opportunity to do his voodoo economics. He said President Mahama was incompetent. It's around 17%. When debt to GDP was around below 60%, they said President Mahama was incompetent. What is gross? What's the name? Debt to GDP. When a gallon of petrol was 14 cedi, they said President Mahama was incompetent. How much is a liter of petrol? When dollar to the cedi was 3.9, they said President Mahama was incompetent. What is it today? So the ordinary Ghanaian and the voter is now sophisticated. That it is not just about me belonging to one political party or the other. It is about my comfort. In 1996, I remember President Kufuor said, Natu Abapa, Natu Abapa. So I'm saying that, look, I have said the NDC's ability to win the next elections and the subsequent election will be anchored on how we govern.
Okay.
The Ghanaian electorate is telling everybody that never again should we be taken for granted. And that is why I am very confident that with the vision of President Mahama and the policy interventions, if those policies are implemented effectively and efficiently, there isn't any reason why the NDC should not be going home dry in 2028 elections. But they are all anchored. But one major thing, Mr. Musa, the arrogance of power. Look, one power that you must not use to misbehave is political power. There is a popular saying in the Ghana, when a donkey is going to land you, you don't see the ESO. It is after you are on the ground, then you realize that you've been landed by a donkey. They were not seeing it. Even at a time, leading members within their party were telling them that, look, things are not moving well. Oh, they said, to hell with what your suggestions. I'm saying that those things were a major factor. But one thing, even though in all the surveys and the researches that were done, interestingly, corruption didn't feature as number one. If you check politically in this country, anytime there is a change of government, either through the bullet or through the ballot since independence, corruption has always been featured as one of the justifications for the changes. But this one, you realize that corruption was like number 5. But you see, but all the aspects of the economy and the reasons were intrinsically linked with corruption. But people were saying that, look, if I can't get jobs, if indeed Kenke prices have escalated, yet you find government appointees who are throwing birthday parties.
Eating caviar.
Then you find all those things. People easily linked it up. So once again, for me, the new thing that comes into our body politics and the determinant of our elections and the outcomes of same, which will feature for a very long time to come, will be the economy. So it tells you how sophisticated the Ghanaian electorate now is. You remember in 2016, they said President Mahama, indeed, Lordina Mahama had hotels in Dubai. You remember, all manner of lies. Lordina Mahama had hotels in Dubai. Juloe, Esla and Co. on the floor of Parliament will hold placards and says, Mahama thief. When they knew that everything they were saying were not true, and you had members within the media, some of you, who trumpeted those lies against President Mahama and Lordina Mahama. You had the opportunity, you couldn't provide a central of evidence, against these individuals. But they saw a direct opposite of what you preach and what they are experiencing in the country. And for me, within even MPP, there were people who said, look, our government is fantastically corrupt. Maybe perhaps Musa Danko and Co. should do a survey to tell us to tell us the outcome of the elections, those who voted, because they want to see people investigated and prosecuted.
Let's see if they've done that.
Bella, no, we haven't done that specifically yet. But what we did was that the corruption issue was elevated in the exit poll than in the polls before the election.
Oh.
Because there were elements of voters that we couldn't find reach quite easily in the field. People who are upper class voters, even though economy was an issue, but not a big issue, job for them wasn't an issue. So they were more concerned about corruption than the average voter. So when they showed up to vote, in the exit poll, corruption was elevated.
I see. That's why I see, because I'm going to see if I can send this to the producer, because corruption seems to be in bigger fonts. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I guess at the right time. At the right time.
Are you going to give some information?
No, please. No, I am not aware of any information. But we'll wait and see. When does it come out?
We will put out a lot more exit polls as time goes. I think we are trying to gather the kind of things we should be inquiring about from now, and then we will see in the post-election polls what people will tell us.
Okay.
Now that elections are over, we can put more questions in the exit polls or post-election polls than the one we did on
they haven't contacted you to see if you can join this committee they have set up to help them do the research.
Bella, TV3, you can do your own post, and I can bet my last penny. If you have 100 callers who call in, random 100 callers, I will tell you that their biggest interest of President Mohammed's administration is to investigate and prosecute people. I can bet my last penny to be more than 60%. And I say this because, look, I drove to buy medicine on Sunday. I told you this. Parked my car, went in to buy them. When I got there, a security man who was there walked to me. You know what he told me? Honorable, these people arrest them. These people arrest them. These people arrest them. And then when he said it, I laughed. You don't just arrest people. You arrest people if you have the evidence to do so. But it tells you the mindset of the ordinary Ghanaian. And the reason is that how people flaunted wealth, how the morass of arrogance that was demonstrated time and time again. And in fact, even on your program, when people would come, when people tell them that, look, people are struggling, they're suffering, they said, the president himself said, those who were complaining were people who didn't have jobs.
He said, stop the propaganda.
Stop the, clearly, you take the COVID levy at the airport, people could see all Africa Games, you have about $50 million. Why? Were they feeding the entire continent of Africa? Does it even make sense?
Yeah, they were feeding.
$15 million.
All the athletes, all the athletes that came in, Ghana had to feed them.
$50 million.
Yes.
$50 million.
They were feeding them.
No, I said.
As to how much, I don't know.
I said $50 million.
I don't know how much, but they were feeding them. Why they were feeding them, I did not understand. Because definitely, if you want to come for competition, your country should make sure that you do what? You contribute to the feeding. But we took that responsibility.
Is that what is done? I'm not privy to that, so I'm not sure.
I don't know whether this is done, but that is what happened.
These tournaments,
yes,
etc.
Well, for the African Games, Ghana took that responsibility.
That's what I'm saying. That is that the norm, or did we just do that?
I don't know. The interchanges. Do you know the artwork? You know how much they spent in it?
How much?
Over $30 million.
For which one?
Just
all the interchanges.
How many interchanges do you even have in Ghana? Those artwork. Why? Why?
Don't you like them?
It's the president's daughter.
No.
The former president's daughter.
Is it the cost or is it the fact that it was done? Okay.
And you see, Bella, you have Bank of Ghana. At a time when we were struggling, you spend over $200 and something million to put up an office, and people can easily compare that particular structure and existing structures there, constructed by banks, and then you spend that much. Why would you spend over $50 million plus digging a pit?
What are you going to do as a
They will be investigated?
No, so there are people who have said that because one of the promises in the manifesto of the NDC is a children's hospital, a world-class children's hospital. some have suggested that maybe that would be the right location for it.
President Mahama, in fact,
we're talking about the Bank of
No,
Ghana.
he also touched on
yes, robbing the state in the name of God. You rob the state in the name of God. You think God will forgive you?
Yeah, but you are in power now. We're just asking that, yes, beyond, because it's been stated that you would investigate,
That is not even the seriousness
The
of
question is, what happens to the whole?
When you vow to God, you make sure that you execute the vow you vow to God. Otherwise, he will punish you.
When Honorable Bua said he left that between the president and God, the former first lady confronted him. Former first lady.
You were referring to them as former. I had to process it
yes.
to realize that actually she is former. Yes.
The government have a proof that Yanara.
What does that mean?
That power is something that finishes or it ends.
Okay.
So you see, when you have that in this parliament, and I remember, I had the opportunity to have sat in parliament as a member of parliament for several sooner. I mean, sometimes Lordina Mahama accompanies President Mahama. The insults, direct insults, lies. At the point they said when President Mahama is taking coffee or water, they said it was ganja. I mean, a whole lot of openly on the floor of parliament. Even there was an instance when President Mahama finished and he was, when you are leaving, you greet, both the House members.
Yes. Yeah.
That process where the president and the first lady will get closer to members of parliament, they look into it and say, Julo. Lordina Mahama never...
On the floor of parliament?
Yes. Lordina Mahama never showed any resentment. She would come and then... because she understood the game. Is that like...
Were they hooting at the president today?
Yes, they were.
Then you have a former first lady who would confront a leader of the house. Why do you say that about my husband? We didn't elect you. It was the president who was elected. It's just like my constituency. People go on Tamale, any radio stations and start criticizing me. Then my wife says, hey, get me the next available flight. Then you go to Tamale and go and then attacking and confronting the people. You must have the temperament.
Okay.
You must have the tolerance.
Because I was going to say, not vouching for her, but everybody reacts differently to situations.
The reason why I can't sit here and react in a way is because I'm a member of parliament.
Okay.
But anybody can do anything. Why is it that we have had first ladies in this country throughout, and no president in this country have been berated and attacked and insulted than President Mahama? They never called President Nanado on the floor of Parliament Julo. They said all manner of things against President Mahama. They went and used pictures. They do videos and said it was President Mahama when they knew it wasn't President Mahama. You think that Lordina Mahama doesn't have blood running through her veins? Prof. Mills's wife didn't have blood or doesn't have blood running through her veins, to the extent that even after the demise of Prof. Mills, you had people attacking. And I remember the very morning Prof. Mills unfortunately died, Esla was on Good Morning Ghana attacking Prof. Mills. That same morning, without even knowing.
I need to check because I haven't seen it.
Go and check Good Morning Ghana. So I'm saying that all these first ladies, they had the temperament, the decency to understand that, look, my wife, my husband is a politician. And sometimes some of these things happen. The interesting thing about what happened in Parliament was not even about the confrontation of Honorable Bua. When the speaker, out of courtesy, says, look, let's move in, have some coffee. She walked and said, I won't come there.
So that's what the speaker was asking her for?
Yes, usually that's what happened.
Okay.
Now, what she did, she walked on the husband. She left the husband and said, I won't come. You sat there and allowed them to say all manner of things. Why? So I'm saying that the temperament and the reason why it is of interest to us is that our taxes, our monies ensure her comfort. Our taxes ensures her comfort. You see, she was so frustrated that the protocol she enjoyed for 8 years, unfortunately, are coming to an end. It is not our fault.
To an end.
No, that time they were coming to.
You can't say that's the reason why. She probably just wasn't happy with the statement that was made.
So Lordina Mahama didn't have feeling.
Her benefits.
Yes.
Their ways, so she could have handled it better.
Look, she didn't just do it against Bua. She did it against the speaker. That's the point I'm making.
Because she said he sat there
after she confronted Honorable Bua, Bua never uttered a word. And then the president said, I won't come. He told the speaker, I won't come. You sat there and allowed them. I'm saying that Tell me one single president in parliament who is being berated and attacked and insulted than President Mahama. I was in parliament as a member of parliament where they have placards and say, thief, what did President Mahama steal? Even when he came closer to shake hands, they will look at him there and say, Julo. Without a scintilla of evidence. The wife never said, I'm angry because of this. The temperament is very important. When they call you a first lady, do you have anything in our constitution that says first lady? They are just courtesies that are extended to the spouses of the president and then the vice president. So you must have the temperament to tolerate that. And look, sometimes people would attack you, would insult you, and then sometimes me, I get home and then my wife would tease me. Charlie, someone sent a text, the person gave it to you.
But to be fair, does she not get angry sometimes as well when people say certain things against you?
Yeah, but that anger should be limited at home.
So you should accept it that it's politics.
Yes, I'm saying that anger, yes, should be limited. Look, the tolerance of opposition views is unknown to our democratic growth. Why? If you decided not to do politics, who will insult you? There's a saying that...
Oh, wherever you are, you'll be insulted
but the
regardless.
But the insults
will come anyway.
In my father's time, I remember once they came to arrest my father at home. The soldiers slapped my father in front of my mother.
Yes. Can you imagine?
In those days, it was just a Champions Union government thing, and they were dead against him. They came to arrest him. He slapped him in front of my mother. What would have happened?
How did your mom react?
How would she react? How would she react?
Look,
just have
Bella,
to have
everybody
patience.
has feeling. Everybody can be hurt.
Patience.
But I'm saying the ability to resist and to have the temperament to say, look, I can understand.
It's not
It
easy,
hurts.
but you've got to.
It is painful.
Yes.
But particularly when you do it publicly. Look, the former first lady could have just called
the
Bua.
speaker?
Oh, Honorable Bua. I think that sometimes, the Bua would have said, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I get what I'm saying. Look, or
even the speaker. You could have gone for the tea and
tell the speaker. The speaker could have even called.
Yes.
No, even when they go there, the leaders go with. What happens is that when they are going to the speaker's lobby, is the speaker, the president, and their spouses, the vice president and the wife, and the leadership.
So it's just a
so when you go there, you could even tell, Mr. Speaker.
And he would make sure that he disciplines whoever.
Yes. I mean, Bella, we all make statements on radio and TV, then you realize that no, you apologize.
Same thing, I can't come and sit on your platform and say things that you would agree if it's against the platform.
Yes.
You won't accept it.
Yeah, but there's a way to go about it.
There's a way to go about it. And she should have taken that. I know Rebecca, she's a calm lady.
Very.
She's a very calm lady.
As I see, this country, we associate gentility with how quiet you are.
Oh, no, but he's just talking about her temperament generally.
I know her temperament.
And she's calm.
She's calm.
So for her to get to that point.
Yes, she must have boiled over, but still, humility should
She probably
thrive.
got tired.
Whatever
all
the case,
these years
it's politics. My husband too says things about people that annoy people.
And what didn't the husband call Prof. Mills a blessed moment? Professor Doolittle. You think that Prof. Mills's wife didn't also have feeling? Professor Doolittle, when he did more than you did in your 8 years. Okay. Yet the wife never said, why do you say my husband is Professor Doolittle?
Don't you think it's difficult to call somebody incompetent? Didn't President Akufo-Addo call President Mahama
and let it
incompetent?
stick. Like you keep saying it and it sticks.
Competent.
Okay. Well,
you had a member of Parliament who says President Mahama to come back to power and see that. Yesterday I told him, Charlie Unye.
Who is this?
Brian Champon. I told him yesterday in his face. I said, Brian, you said it and see that. President, I see power. Power is transient. And that's why when you have it, manage it well.
All right. It's like property.
Yes.
You die and leave it behind.
So there's something interesting that has happened. Remember, just about a week or 2 weeks ago, we reported that the president's statue in Sekondi had been damaged. That was fixed. Now, another statue, we're told, has also been damaged to some extent. And Johnny and Michael Ogodu are here to give us info on that.
They haven't destroyed that.
No, this is not the president's statue. This is another one. Let's listen to Johnny and Michael. You can take over, gentlemen, because...
So, Bella, thank you very much. The information we have right now is that the statue of the Yoko boss, Madam Tiwa Adodankwa, has been, broken down. I'm told that some young men at around 11:30 a.m. this morning went to the Yoko office because there are some break or so. There's just a skeletal staff there. They went in quickly and then they smashed it down, and the rest they say is history. But we do know the back end story, Michael, that this statue was put up sometime in October,
by the staff.
2024, by the staff to say, to honor her. And I remember Dr. Adam Bona had raised some key issues, saying that it was improper for a statue to have been raised in her honor. And I remember also that at the unveiling of the statue, a small party or soiree was held. And then she expressed a lot of surprise and shock. In fact, there's a photo of her expressing surprise and shock. Let's put that photo up quickly so we can get to see that photo. But as of this morning, it's been broken down. I'm told that was a swift operation, if you will, for the want of a better expression. The guys just went in there, quickly, dismantled it and walked away. And if you look critically at the photo on the screen, you can clearly see that the bust itself, or if you like, the head itself, is not there. It's just the
entire thing is actually on the ground at this point.
Yeah, but usually you would see the head, right? The bust itself, because that's made from a different material.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's not there. The bust is not there if you look here. It's just the platform on which it stands.
And this happened at 11.
11 a.m. this morning, 11-ish. And this was at the IOCO office. There were two guards, I'm told, at the entrance of the IOCO office, but they couldn't do much because they were outnumbered, one. The sources I have say that the guys may be armed, right, at some point, and they just went in. It was quick action, and then they were just done with it.
But at least we can't confirm that this was politically motivated.
We don't know that.
Yeah, what we do know is that the statue has been pulled down.
That's right.
And we do know also that the statue was put up by staff of IOCO to honor her. It's basically a statue in a garden area that has been named basically after her. And it's rather unfortunate that this is happening just at the brink of the inauguration of the president.
In fact, the garden where the statue is called Obatampatiwa Gardens. It's right there.
Yeah.
Now, Michael, for me, I'm getting a bit worried about people being in office and then you have, while they are still alive or still serving, you have statues being given to them. Some have even complained recently about President Akufo-Addo's the national honors where he gave himself an honor. And people are asking questions about that. When did we become a society, or celebrate sort of self-aggrandizement, if you will, for themselves? I don't know when we became a society like that. This is unfortunate. Investigations must go on so that we find the people who did that, because IOCO is a security installation. If people broke into it, it's a crime. But social media...
I think that actually even highlights the problem. You see, if a whole IOCO installation can be invaded by young people and the damage done, then it even highlights a problem.
It's porous.
It's porous, and that's even more concerning, because this is a place that's supposed to be treated as, to some extent, national security installation. So for someone to be able to breach into that, then we should be concerned, because the next thing we'll know, somebody is accessing IOCO files, and what becomes of cases that we are trying to prosecute. And those are the issues.
But you see, again, it raises another concern that, look, how did this statue come about? And if I am an intelligence officer, all right, and some construction is happening, I'm talking brick and mortar and concrete. Concrete, per what my father did before he left this life, concrete takes 21 days to cure. That's 3 weeks to cure, right? So is Madame suggesting, for example, that for the 3 weeks, because she expressed shock seeing that, for the 3 weeks within the premises that she superintended over, that somebody had come to cast concrete, and for 3 weeks you didn't see?
Let's assume she doesn't.
Well, I'm not talking about her in particular. I'm talking about the whole institution called the IOCO for 3 weeks. I mean, if you're the boss of a security installation, if you're CDS or IGP, I'm sure once in a while you just take a cursory walk and try and find out what's happening around you, enter offices and see you're supervising your staff. So what really happened? And social media has been very angry about how the statue was mounted and the reasoning behind it. Mind you, Madam Tiwa Adudakwa came from the Ghana Police Service as CID boss. The Takrady missing girls issue, which was solved in a wishy-washy manner after she had assured the public that the girls are safe, we know where they are, we keep on keeping on all those conversations. She was whisked away straight to Yoko, and everybody seemed to have forgotten about her, right? And she was doing well at Yoko, if you will, in the mind of the public. She was not in the public eye in a bad light. But this particular one brought her back into the conversation, and she took the lashing on social media for it. Now it's been broken down. She will take even some more lashing for it, and people will now have a recall of the 3 Takoradi missing girls. In fact, 4 of them, and what happened to them. Mind you, the families were asking for the remains of their relatives to go and conduct their independent search. That did not happen. So that conclusion for them has not happened. So now, unfortunately, Madam Tiwa now comes into the conversation again, having had, if you like, a very good career until the Takoradi girls, missing girls case came into the conversation. And then now, this is what we have.
But John, I think we should also use this opportunity to put word out there that this is not the right time to be doing things of this sort. If you have any concerns as a citizen, there are proper protocols and procedures to follow. Don't take the law into your own hands, because I get the sense from this particular government that they would crack the whip if you should go against the law, especially now that we are seeing code of conduct for public servants and the likes. So please don't take the laws into your own hands. If you have any reservations, please do the right thing, because this is very criminal.
I agree with you. But
very criminal.
But you see, when you don't see leadership for a very, very long time, the people tend to take the law into their hands. When you don't see leadership for a very, very long time, if things are reported, there's public, there was public outrage. This was in October. So November, December, public outrage. What did we do about it as leadership? Right? If there's public outrage and consistently people are talking about burglary, theft, this, that, nobody's doing anything about it, it gets to the point where the people take their destinies into their own hands. How did the vigilante...
Which doesn't necessarily justify it,
well,
however.
But I'm saying that you don't stand to say that the police is not acting, so if somebody wants to beat me and I have a stick, I can't hit the person. I would be very silly not to do that. I mean, so I'm saying that leadership must be able to act.
Fair point.
At every given time, somebody is put in charge of a situation to act. And if that person fails to act over a long time, you institutionalize what is wrong, right? In institutionalizing what is wrong, okay? In institutionalizing what is wrong, the politicians, the vigilantes that you have now from the political parties, how did they come about? The vigilantes, the political parties, how did they come about? They came about because of a certain lacuna within the security architecture. If the political party actors felt that they were not being protected enough, they felt that, well, the kind of protection that they needed, they were not getting it. And if they ask for it sometimes, depending on whether they are in power or in opposition, they get, half service or quarter service or full service. They now begin to take their destinies into their hands. Even though there's a law to disband them or that has disbanded them, they still are keeping...
they became an albatross on our neck. I think that we need to also put things in perspective.
They didn't become an albatross around our neck just in one day. I'm saying that if leadership fails, over time, the wrong becomes institutionalized, which is not justifiable, though.
Yes.
But because there's been a leadership failure, which is why when we're doing the 120-day promise by John Dramani Mahama, our new president, I said that, look, if he looks at the National Cathedral, SML deal, PDS, all those things, and he actually jails people, right, based on the evidence that is gathered, not to harass people, intimidate people, or to persecute people, but he actually is able to prosecute people and jails people and punishes them, that confidence that is lost will be won back, right? If at the point that people were complaining about this particular thing, right? In the time when people were complaining about this, Madam Tiwa was appointed by somebody. What did that somebody say about this? That somebody, a few weeks later, also went to have a whole statue put up in his name. So how could he have corrected this wrong? Do you get the point? So
But
now,
the statues were put up by people.
So
It wasn't
I'm
actually
just saying
them.
that well, this statue was put up by people. Another statue by the president was put up by people. How many more statues we put up by people and we pretend that we didn't know anything about it?
We're surprised.
Yes, you cannot be surprised about a statue that is put up in your honor.
But it's a gift.
You get the point. So I'm saying that leadership must act so that the people don't take the law into their hands.
Fair point.
That's all.
All right. So, Bella, those are Johnny's points on the whole statue conversation.
Are you distancing yourself from what is the situation on the ground?
Johnny's biting already.
Are you distancing yourself? Let the public know.
Johnny,
Let the public know.
I thought you don't bite on holidays.
No, today's not a holiday.
Especially on,
today's
on a
Constitution Day as well.
So no, today's not a holiday. Today's a working day.
Today's a working. No, it's a holiday.
It's a holiday?
Yes, it is.
It is?
I mean, if there wasn't a swearing-in ceremony, it would be Constitution Day.
Exactly.
Yeah, but is it a holiday?
It is a holiday.
I have not seen anything from anybody.
You deserve a statue.
I'm a statue now.
How are you? Very interesting, though. And I'll be wrapping up with you just shortly. But I don't know if you'd want to comment on this matter of Madam Tiwa having a statue.
I mean, for me, when I heard that one has been erected for her at Yoko, I was looking to see the reason behind the erection of that statue. And when I read it, I became more annoyed and angry. It wasn't because she has perfected or kind of reformed the institution. The reason they gave was that she has taken good care of them, their welfare. That annoyed me. That, okay, you are giving her a statue because she's improved the welfare of the people she's working with. Nothing to do with the state institution that she's headed. For me, it was something that was far, far below the belt. And also, if I was in her position, after seeing it, I would urge them to remove it.
Oh.
Yes. I would have urged them to remove it because I wouldn't be happy working in an institution that have not made huge impact on the core mandate of that institution and be rewarded with a statue because I've championed the welfare of the people. For me, that was something that
you would not accept this statue.
Let me ask a question. Whose responsibility is it to make sure that a former president's statue should be put up?
A former president,
Yes.
not a sitting president.
Yeah, a former president.
Okay.
Or even a sitting president. Whose responsibility is it? Who does he work for? Is it not the people of Ghana? Shouldn't it be for nothing at all? Parliament decide? So what happened to President Akufo-Addo's statue in the Western region?
They fixed it. It's still there, standing.
No, but who gave that authority?
To the chiefs.
The chiefs. Do they have the authority to do that? There are laws in this country. And it happens, and he says nothing about it. He does nothing about it. Just because it's him.
But he went to unveil it.
He should have pulled it down.
The president should have pulled down the statue.
Does it go according to the laws of Ghana? How many presidents have you seen have put up statues of themselves?
One, Methuselah.
In this Fourth Republic. Even President Rawlings, who is the longest serving president in this country. Where's his statue? Let's go on like that.
You've deviated, though, because we're talking about Madam Tiwa.
Oh, statue. I haven't deviated.
No, I'm just saying.
Statue, that is a bust.
Whether Jonah swallowed the fish or the fish swallowed Jonah, there was a swallow. Bella, on a more serious note, yes. The clownishness is just too much in this country. I'm told when we unveiled it, she was crying. I'm told. I'm told
she was filled with emotions.
What emotions?
Shock.
Do you know that woman ought to have been investigated in the matter of the leaked tape? Do you know that? We have not forgotten of the lie she told the people of this country in the matter of the missing young girls, that they knew where those young girls were. She told us that we know where they are. And they asked her, when are you getting them? And she said, she used some, you keep hoping. Is it keep hoping? Or she used a particular, me, I attended Sato school, so some of the English they use, I couldn't even comprehend. Such a woman.
And you got a master's.
Sato.
Get away from there.
And such
you got a master's. Don't tell you. Don't come and say that you go to school. You have 2 masters and a doctor. Stop that.
And such a woman Bella, and such a woman, at the premise of the, what's the name? Iyoko. Why? If she wanted statues, they could do it and she put it in the main compound or the main entrance to her home. Assuming Iyoko bosses in the previous were to be having their stuff, we wouldn't have any space there. So you see, the proverb I used earlier, that when the chief comes home with weird haircut, you think that the subjects wouldn't be having to pay you. Nanado, in fact, former President Nanado himself ensured there was a statue in his name. But for me, that was not even the issue. He awarded people who created the mess and awarded himself as the best president.
They said that didn't happen, though.
Eh?
They said it didn't happen.
Who? What didn't happen?
The award that he received.
Yes, to himself.
Oh, but the host announced it, and then he received the award.
And they awarded people.
The
Look,
greatest Ghanaian of our time.
it's like every single minister under his administration was awarded.
Yeah.
I was shocked he didn't award Jim Mensah.
For what exactly?
For aiding the NPP to rig the 2020 elections.
Oh.
But it's true.
Okay, we have to go.
He himself has Mr. Dankwa has indicated that the 2020 elections, they didn't win it.
No, he said they are now going to do a research.
Oh, if they won it genuinely, he wouldn't be talking about research. He's been diplomatic.
I have to end at this point before I get into trouble.
What trouble?
Comrade Mutala Mohammed.
I'm becoming Johnny this evening.
Yeah, do your own bite. You every time you come, you bite anyway.
Ask Johnny if he knows. Ask Johnny if he knows whether they won it or didn't win it.
Johnny, did they rig the elections or they won the elections genuinely?
I did not come to work
today. Anyway, thank you so much, Comrade Mutala Mohammed, doctor, by the way.
Comrade,
He's a doctor of political science.
I have to graduate
He's a
first.
doctor.
Oh, you have to graduate.
In fact,
so doctor elect. Oh?
No, don't do that. And the University of Ghana says we won't award you your certificate.
No, you
let me graduate first.
But congrats in advance.
Thank
when
you.
is the graduation so we can all attend? Will it be at Independence Square?
Maybe perhaps at the premise of the Yoko.
You want a statue too?
No, I'm going to my village and then they'll put, my village, I have several villages. Zhang is there, Tualang is there, Daboy is there. So I'll go there and have 3 statues. So I need contributions. So that we'll have one at Zhang, one at Tualang, and one in Daboy.
We'll give you one in Parliament, don't worry. But thank you for joining us. And he's the MP for Tamale Central. And so look forward to seeing more of him on the floor of Parliament. Also, Mr. Musa Dankwa is the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. He has some more exit polls coming your way, so we're waiting for it. I'm sure we'll get it very soon. How soon?
Hope he shares it.
Oh, he does share it all the time. He's not stingy with his research at all. So I'm sure you'll get it. When should we expect it?
April.
Has my
friend
called to apologize? Dennis Miracle.
Oh.
No, he won't apologize. He's my...
Because what Dennis said about Musa Dankwa, oh.
Okay. And then also...
We're from the same place, though. From
you're from
Okre.
the same?
From Okre.
Oh, so you're brothers?
We are brothers.
How sweet. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, lawyer Kwame Jantwa is also a member of the CPP. He says, learn from the CPP.
Yes.
They were at the top. Today, where are you?
Nowhere.
Oh, okay.
Nowhere.
You're nowhere.
We will build ourselves back.
You'll come back.
We have to.
You want to be president?
Who, me?
It
depends on the people of this country and the CPP.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us on the show. I'm going to throw it over now to my colleagues on the other side, looking like statues already.
I'm wondering why Mutala wants to put you and the other colleagues in trouble with this Miracle Abuaji apology thing. I don't know where it's coming from.
That's why I moved on. I don't know why you have come back.
Miracle is my kid brother.
No, I want to hear. Why are you interested in the apology? The man says he has forgotten about it, but you are interested in it.
Miracle is my kid brother, so I'm so concerned. You need to be protective of your kid brothers. So when he made the statement, I watched him. When he lampooned and lambasted my senior brother about his work.
It's okay.
So I was hoping that he could be vindicated.
It's okay.
Unfortunately,
We are sorry.
It's okay.
On his behalf, we are sorry.
Okay,
we apologize.
Okay.
On Pabofai.
Few.
Anyway, so we have to go, guys.
I think finally we've come to an end with the coverage of the elections and finally the inauguration. I think it's been an interesting period. And for today, especially to bring in an end to our belt of this whole coverage. It's been exciting.
Your belt.
He doesn't want to be
so the mouth to go.
No, somebody sent me a message that, but you are with Team No Sleep. I watched you from 12 to 6 a.m. and then now you are here. So what's going on?
Status.
Anyway, but it's been a good one. Mr. Jantua too has been here with us. We did the midnight thing together, and he's here for the afternoon belt as well. But Beatrice, you look good. You look amazing.
Thank you.
Where's this from?
From Ajua Yeboah. Yes.
Okay. No. So the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, spoke today at the Independence Square right after he was investitured. And we will play that conversation for you in wrapping up. Enjoy. Have a good night.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Ghana, and special guest of honor for this occasion, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Heads of Government and Development Agencies, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and former Presidents, Your Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. I wish you a good morning, and we give thanks to the Almighty God on this occasion. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you for giving us this day, a day that offers me, your humble servant, a unique opportunity to work to reset our dear country, Ghana. 32 years ago, on January 7th, Ghana made its first and most successful democratic transition, a reset, with the swearing in of the newly democratically elected President, Jerry John Rawlings of blessed memory. Our nation was returned to a multi-party democracy with a new constitution that went into effect, and the Fourth Republic was officially established. I refer to it as a reset because on that day in 1993, we made our fourth attempt at establishing a democratic system of government with term limits based on free, fair, and transparent elections. The handover of power on January 7, 2001, between former President Jerry John Rawlings and at the time the newly elected President John Agyekum Kufuor, tested that reset, and our nation passed with flying colors. So today, with my induction as the new President of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history, one that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future. Today's exercise between the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and I feels a bit like a deja vu. That is because 8 years ago to this day, on January 7, 2017, we shared this same space and performed this same transitional exercise. At the time, I was the outgoing president, having served one term, and he was the incoming president, having been given a mandate by the people of Ghana to lead this great nation of us. He and I both understood on that day as I'm sure we are today, that it is the people of Ghana that we are elected to serve. Somehow, it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction, because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake and a smile, and he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our respective parties and that we would have to face off 3 separate times as we each vied for the highest office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, and as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, 2 much younger men who entered Parliament together with a full head of black hair, and you with the same bald head and round eyeglasses, I have to say that you have, without exception, been a worthy opponent. I extend my warmest wishes to His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. It was a grueling campaign, and we gave it our all. Your sportsmanship in making an early concession eased tensions and contributed to the early conclusion of the electoral contest. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. My brothers and sisters, the world in which Ghana exists today, as I begin this presidency, is not the same world in which we have lived under other presidencies. There are tensions and conflicts that have not previously existed between nations. These tensions and conflicts place pressure on alliances to decide where we will support. There's a seismic shift happening within the system of global economic dominance. Whereas the G7 nations, United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan once provided the highest percentage of the world's GDP, over the last decade, that number has been steadily dropping. However, the combined total of the GDP of the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, UAE, their GDP has been consistently increasing. In 2023, for instance, the G7's combined total of world GDP was 30%. But by 2029, that number is predicted to drop to 27%. In 2023, the BRICS percentage of world GDP was 37.3%. And so what does this mean to us in Ghana? What could it mean to our economy? Where do we fit in this geopolitical maelstrom? Technology such as artificial intelligence has taken us to new heights, opening up the potential for national, financial, and personal security issues that we are not yet able to imagine. One example is the use of misinformation and algorithm manipulations on social media platforms to sway a particular group's sentiments towards or away from something. Now more than ever before, we need to strengthen our ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work in alliance with all our neighbors in the sub-region. Recognizing the history of our borders, we also acknowledge that on the other side of our country's borders are our family members. They may be Ivorians, they may be Togolese, they may be Burkinabes, they may be Nigerians or Malians, but they are also Akans, they are Kassinas, they are Gwans, they are Ewes,
their nzimes, their houses, their moshis and gourmets. Because we are all part of one another, one big family. With the increase of the climate crisis, and as the waters grow warmer, melting, the Arctic ice and permafrost, there's a greater likelihood for viruses that have been frozen and thought to be extinct for decades, perhaps even centuries, to begin to spread and create another global pandemic. The changing climate conditions, increased population density in urban areas, and mass international travel are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Let us not forget the toll that the past epidemics of viruses like Ebola, COVID, and Mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the sub-region. Let us also not forget how swiftly and completely the COVID pandemic brought the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Were people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity. an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I, with all humility, assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timelessly to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. We need a reset with our faith in our dear nation, Ghana. And by that, I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media are what we call Ghana. I ask that we enter into the covenant with the Ghana we all love and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana that we all strive for? What behaviors, what attitudes and mindsets can we reset? We need a reset, and we have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the case. As we stand at this momentous crossroads in our nation's history, I am honored and humbled to accept the mantle of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we celebrate a new administration and herald an unprecedented era of opportunity and transformation. With Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman by my side, we are poised to embark on a journey of progress and inclusivity, united in our vision for a more prosperous Ghana. This day is particularly special for us and for every Ghanaian who dreams of a society where barriers are shattered and ambitions are realized. With the inauguration of Ghana's first female vice president, we have turned a significant page in our history. Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. This is a powerful testament to the power of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population strengthens our democracy and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide for our youth and our women, regardless of their background. Together, we'll galvanize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream, believe, and achieve without any restraints. Remember that great leadership is not defined merely by the offices we occupy, but by the legacy that we leave for future generations. My administration, along with my Vice President, Nana Opoku-Agyeman, will prioritize inclusivity, accountability, and innovation, forging pathways that will lead to the upliftment of all of our citizens. I'm profoundly grateful for this moment, a cornerstone in our journey towards a brighter future for Ghana. In this resounding victory, I see a clarion call, particularly from the youth of Ghana, a generation that is brimming with potential and dreams that are waiting to be realized. This moment is a powerful affirmation that your voices matter, that your aspirations are valid, and that your future must be our priority. We're committed to translating your hopes into action and creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, employment, and empowerment. Our policies will be tailored to sustain innovation and foster industry that engages today's young minds and equip them with the skills needed for tomorrow's challenges. Together with the private sector and captains of business, we will create decent and well-paying jobs. As we embark on this new chapter, I assure you that our decisions will champion diversity in all facets of governance, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of your ethnicity, your gender, your age, your religion, or any background will have the opportunity to contribute to our nation's story. Ghana's youth represent the heartbeat of our democracy. Their ambition will drive our policies as we strive to create an inclusive, equitable society where everyone has a seat at the table. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions.
He's too fat to dance. Oh.
What?